Thank you very much.
Atamari, good morning. Kami tamini atu kia tata me te manukāwi o Kirikiriroa Pola, tēnei te rei kia koe ki ngā mea mo te kaurihira o te tāone o Kirikiriroa. Tēnei tamini atu ka koutou ngā mea mo te hāpori o Kirikiriroa, i hara mai te whakatapa o kaupapa. Tēnei tamini atu kia koutou hoki. Kia hāpai ngā kupi tuatahi te tāhuru matapu kia hora tamarina kia whakapapapana me te moana te first go, always go is the number one, which is the creator. And I'm going to respect diversity in that area, and I won't name certain denominations. Kia tau te aroha me te rangi Māori e nui di te me te rei. This blessing comes upon the big and the small, and I saw see the little baby here too, so I'm not quite too katsi at the moment. Ki te honga ko whetū rangitia, those who have lost because of COVID, because of age, because of accidents, because of all sorts of things, we farewell them, return home in peace, sleep on in your deep gratitude. Koutou I hara mai, mai te hāpori tēnei te ringi atu kia koutou. Kia pā mai te ringaringa o te atua ki mai a tātou. E hi koi ana mo te tāone o Kirikiriroa. Ka anu te ringi atu kia koutou. Rui te rangi Māori e me te aroha. No reira tēnei te ringi atu. Kia tau ngā aroha, ngā mana te tarana, a tēnei marama, e rui tēnei tō mātou kai whakauka. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Tame. And once again, welcome to everybody here today. We'll take the apologies. There are none. I was going to say. Councillor Forsyth for lateness and Thompson, but they're here, so no apologies. The agenda is as it is, noting that we have some external presenters for the electoral system review, so we might, depending how fast we get through things beforehand, we might have to make a little juggle here and there, but otherwise the agenda is as noted. All those... Yes.
Just put an apology for lateness. I need to leave at 3:45.
Okay.
If we're still, the meeting is still on at that time.
Right. I'll endeavour to make that not so.
Thank you.
So I'll move, seconded by Deputy Mayor Taylor. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Are there any declarations of interest? Mark, you've indicated one.
Yeah, well, it's not a conflict, but I just need to lay it out that I'm a part owner of a business that ran some ads for the comms department relating to item number 9. It was at third hand and it was insignificant enough, but so I don't declare it as a conflict, but I just needed people to know.
Okay, thank you. That's good.
Thank you.
So move that declaration be received. Councillor Van Oosten, Councillor Thompson. All in favour? Thank you.
No.
There was a delayed reaction, Ewan. It took me by surprise. Thank you. So that brings us now on to the public forum, and we do have a number of people speaking today, entirely on the electoral system review. First up speaker is Daphne Bell. No stranger, of course. Welcome back.
Your Worship, councillors, tēnā koutou katoa. And I'd like to also especially greet our Zoomers this morning, Morena. I see today's decision regarding the voting system for Hamilton to be significant, because by changing to STV, we will be moving to a fairer, better system, which better reflects the wishes of the voters. In my mind, our current system, first past the post, is a blunt voting tool and should be replaced. In moving to STV, Hamilton will be joining 11 other councils, which already do so. In 2019, 3 councils used STV for the first time. They were Ruapehu, New Plymouth and Tauranga City. All three of these councils did so by council resolution, and none was subsequently challenged by the electors demanding a poll on the issue. And when I talk to people from other cities who've had STV for a few elections, they tell me that STV is no longer new, it's now familiar and understood. If you like, it's the new normal. With regard to our mayoral elections, I expect that a good many people in this room will remember our 2016 election, where 6 votes separated the 2 leading mayoral candidates. We were just 6 votes away from the election of the mayor of this city being decided by the toss of a coin. At recount, the electoral officer had a coin ready to do so. Whereas with STV, we would elect the candidate supported by a majority of voters. We will hear this morning from political scientist Priya Kurian about the benefits of STV, and we will have her analysis, which is in accord with other respected political scientists in the country, such as Janine Hayward. And by moving to STV for the next election, we will be able to build on the excellent community engagement program we had for this review. And I'd like to congratulate our staff for their engaging approach in explaining the choice between the 2 systems. What's your choice, FPP or STV? And we needed, if you did that, we needed to watch the video before we could make our choice. So there was an element of rigour in this polling which we would not see in a referendum. And this morning I would like to encourage councillors who see merits in STV but who may still be uncertain to support the change to STV today, because there was strong support for the change in the community polling. Electors may still demand a poll on the issue, and knowing that a decision to move to STV is for 2 elections only and must then be reviewed. So today's decision is not necessarily set in concrete. So, Your Worship and councillors, I would ask you to support the motion to move to STV for the next 2 triennial elections. It would be reasonable and good to do so. Kia kaha, kia maia, kia manawa nui. Thank you.
Thank you, Daphne. If there's any question for clarity, we'll take it, but we're only doing, it's not a debate at this point. Anything you didn't understand from Daphne's presentation? No, thank you, it was very clear. Roger, you're next.
Good morning, Your Worship and fellow councillors. I would like to firstly acknowledge the presence of my former political science tutor and lecturer, Dr. Priya Kurian, and thank her for her tutoring over the years. I hope I can measure up today. I'd like to speak to the item Electoral System Review 2020. I would support option 1, a council resolution to retain first past the post for the upcoming 2 elections, local body elections. The literature indicates that STV is viable only for the current 2 wards which we have. It was only last year the council had on the table to either increase or decrease the number of wards, in which case STV would not be suitable by your own calculations, as the council staff have indicated. So I don't think the council would want to yo-yo backward and forward between first past the post and single transferable voting. As regards the video, I don't believe that simply watching a video is sufficient for the public to get a fair hearing on this topic or any other topic of this nature. There are courses at the universities and colleges dedicated to voting systems, and it requires a lot more research than simply watching a 5-minute video. So it's an academic area of discussion. It's simply watching a video. If we had something like the fluoride tribunal, which went over for almost a week, that would probably be more appropriate if you wanted to have a proper public consultation, which I'm sure this council would be most happy to consider. Indicates that STV is mainly used in the Wellington area, and that's the capital, and the culture of Wellington is a very fractious area. It's very politicised, and we want to retain our own identity here in Hamilton. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions?
No, thank you, Roger. I think that was quite clear. Thank you. Next on the list is Priya. Good morning.
Morning, Mayor Southgate. Good morning, councillors. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Priya Kurian, and I'm Professor of Political Science and Public Policy here at the University of Waikato in Hamilton. And as a political scientist with a keen interest, research interest, and broad interest in democratic politics and public engagement, I believe that there's overwhelming evidence to support switching Hamilton's electoral system for city council elections to the single transferable vote. And I have provided a written submission, which, not submission, but a statement which you may have seen. And I'll just reiterate some key points from that. The reasons to support STV are multiple, and here are just 3 points that I would like to draw your attention to. One, STV is more democratic. STV is a proportional representation system, unlike FPP. And so this means that the results from STV are much closer to reflecting the will of a majority of the people, or majority of the voters. What that does, in turn, is that it makes the system more fair, it makes it more legitimate, and especially we can say this with full confidence when we compare it to how FPP works. Second, in the STV system, fewer votes are wasted. And this is because seats are allocated proportionally, unlike a winner-takes-all scenario that comes up in the FPP system. And I'll talk about that in a minute. And third, as a result of these two, it's more democratic, it's fairer, it's more legitimate, fewer votes are wasted. What you end up with is a system where there is better accountability and local representation. So in every sense of the term, if our interest is to have a political electoral system that is going to ensure that voters' concerns and views and actions, preferences are given due credence, then there is nothing really that is clearer than making a choice for STV over FPP. Just as a point of explanation, for instance, in FPP, it is entirely possible for a candidate who gets, let's say, 30 or 35% of the votes to end up being elected because the remaining 65% of the voters have split their votes amongst a number of candidates. But in essence, what we are seeing then is that 65% of voters' preferences are being ignored. In sharp contrast to that, what you have is in the STV system, a process whereby every voter gets a single vote that they then can use to rank the candidates according to their preference. Now, there is a whole system, and I've kind of explained that in my written statement about how a quota is calculated. It's fairly straightforward. But what it essentially means is that through a process of calculating a voter's preferences, you end up with getting candidates who reflect the voting preferences of the entire voting public. Yeah? So what does this mean in terms of Hamilton City? Just by the fact that the STV voting system respects individual voter preferences better, we have, in a diverse society, voters who have a range of political opinions, values, and preferences and perspectives. And we can, through the use of the STV system, better reflect that diversity by having a more legitimate and representative system. It's also the case that where voters have greater confidence in an elected body, that they know that the elected body reflects their preferences best, that they are much more likely to turn out to vote. Because, of course, what the system doesn't do is do anything to get enough people to turn out. We need to still be working on that. And in the last few seconds that I have, I do want to say that there's an instinct to want to go towards a referendum, but it is not really the right call in an instance like this, and I'm happy to elaborate more had I more time. So thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you.
To that last point in 15, 20 seconds, we would love to hear what your view on that last point you made was.
I mean, so first of all, I would say that there's been an avalanche of research globally in the last 5 years or so, which have given significant attention to some of the democratic deficiencies of referenda. One of the easy points of comparison is that people often say, look at Switzerland. They do everything by referendum. And that is the key point. In a country like Switzerland, the political institutions are set up to work with public referendum at every point. There are checks and balances built in. In a context like ours, we would need to put in far greater time and resources to provide a level of education and engagement to then make a referendum meaningful. And so, in essence, I think so, institutions matter, the kind of institutions that we have, which would give meaning to a referendum. Referendums can potentially, and the research shows this, enhance voter uncertainty rather than build certainty. And so what we have is, as a point of comparison, we have an STV system where every voter's outcome is better than remaining with status quo. So referendums are, so there's a whole body of work which I'm happy to sort of separately come and have, come and talk to you about that, which shows that it seems like an easy option, it seems more democratic, but in fact it works in quite the opposite way.
Okay, thank you. We have just, and this is questions for clarity, councillors. And we are over time, but because this is a significant issue on our agenda, I'm going to let these questions go. So first of all, a question from Ewan.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Professor, thank you for your presentation. I wonder if I could get your opinion on, putting aside for a second STV versus FPP, if we were to change to STV, do you believe it would also be appropriate to discuss at the same time whether we move from a two-ward system to a city at large? And from your academic research, is there any correlation, is there any linkage that makes that more user-friendly for the public, or would you see them as two very separate issues?
I think my response to that right now would be to see it as separate issues, but there is certainly the question of greater local accountability and representation, which seems to go towards having wards, the two wards, rather than an open system. But I think if we really want to be thinking about this issue, we need to dedicate separate time to looking at the research and looking at what the implications are.
Thank you. I have Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. And cheers, Ewan, for asking the exact question I was going to ask. Thank you for that. My other question, if you don't mind, and this is purely out of interest because you've got a whole room full of political junkies here. The mayoral election is a single position and the councils are 6 positions. Yeah. Is one system, would it be different under STV? Which would be more suitable? There we go.
You mean even for the mayoral?
Yeah, the mayoral or the
So you're
ward
distinguishing
system.
about which would be more suitable for electing one person or a team of people.
Pretty much it, yeah. Thank you.
Even for the mayoral voting, the STV actually is going to be a better reflection of voter preferences. I mean, so clearly the situation is different in terms of the voting fragmentation, but even in the instance of mayoral voting, you are going to have a better outcome with STV.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Pascoe.
50 more, I'll catch up with you later.
For your presentation this morning. My question is around whether you or your colleagues have to date collected any evidence of the change from FPP to STV for the 3 councils who did the change last year. And I guess the area that I'd be looking for is the potentially increased complexity for voters with STV compared with FPP, and whether or not there were significant numbers of invalid votes compared to perhaps the earlier form of voting, which I suspect may be simpler than STV.
Right. So the research is not out yet on, I mean, this is one of the downsides to academic research. It takes sometimes years to come out. And so, so there isn't a report, an assessment yet of how it worked last year. I think in terms of complexity, the fact is that people have been using the STV for the district health board elections for a number of years now. And so there is already a familiarity. In fact, what you have happening in the Hamilton context is the confusion comes in part, I think, that voters have to use FPP for council elections and then STV for the DHB election. And you actually now go with one, where the evidence, in fact, is that it is a better representation of people's desires. In terms of wasted votes, I have not seen the evidence that there is a greater incidence of it. There is research that has that's just in the process of being reviewed, done by Professor Jack Vowles of Victoria University and Professor Janine Hayward of Otago University, and they don't indicate, that research doesn't show that there has been a greater number of invalid votes. What it does show, in fact, is that provided we can have more people in categories that are underrepresented. So for instance, if you want more women coming in, if you want more ethnic minorities coming in, we do need people to be, to put themselves forward.
So there are some more speakers. We need to kind of move this on, and Janine is here, so we'll go straight into this item afterwards.
Right.
If that's okay, so we can follow that thread. Can I just take the last two short questions for clarity?
Thank you.
Sorry, Rob, but we'll have further debate on it. Councillor Forsyth and then Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. And thank you, Claire, for your presentation this morning. Just a question for clarity, please. Did you say that when you were talking about the Swedish model and the way that they use referendums more freely, did you say that it would be undemocratic for us to go to a referendum or poll here in New Zealand on this matter?
No. No, I was comparing the capacity of political institutions to deal with referendums. And in Switzerland, there is a long political history and institutions that are set up to work with referendums in a variety of different ways, which allows for voters participating in those referendums to do so with far greater knowledge, preparation, and institutional capacity. What we have in, let's say in the context of Hamilton, is that if we want to get our voters up to speed with the complexity of certain issues, not looking at STV at this point, but let's say that there is a complex moral or political issue that we want voters to decide on the basis of a referendum, we would need to do a level of preparation that normally does not happen because it is, very resource intensive, it's time intensive, and so on. So I wasn't saying that referendums are undemocratic. I'm just saying that the expectation is that a decision that comes out of a referendum in our local context might be expected to have greater legitimacy, but the results are often such that that expectation is not fulfilled.
Okay, we'll follow that thread through.
Thank you. Can I just have one follow-up question regarding that? Sorry.
It is, very quickly, because we do have other speakers.
Context. So understand that. Thank you for that clarity. So how has our current situation where we have a 5-minute video and some other information that Council has dispersed, how is that then giving our people an opportunity to really prepare and understand the significance between the two systems?
I've been on the website, I've taken a look, I participated in that, and I have to congratulate Council staff for the excellent job that they've done, because in this instance, we're not, in fact, talking about sort of big moral questions or deeply, things that we might have the equivalent of a conscience vote on. We're talking about two kinds of electoral systems, and it can get complicated, but they did a wonderful job of communicating what the essence of the two systems are.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess I'm just a vote of confidence in terms of how well the information was presented, with opportunities for people to learn more if they needed to.
Okay, thank you. We do need to move on. Councillor O'Leary, thank you.
Thanks, Nicola.
Thank you, Professor. You've obviously read the report. So in your opinion, can this council have confidence that that it's statistically relevant? In terms of, we have 170 residents, 928 submissions, 78.1% prefer STV. Is that statistically relevant?
No, in the sense that while it is, if you're asking about whether it's a statistically valid opinion poll, that a self-directed voluntary response to cannot be taken to be statistically valid as such. But what it does show, I think the stats were far more than that. I mean, and I can't recall them.
Yeah.
But it shows us a broad level of public engagement, which I think is highly desirable. I think that the visits to the websites, there's a whole range of statistics. All of that builds confidence that there has been much better job of an outreach. If you wanted to do a statistically valid opinion poll, you would actually have to do a random sampling of the population, and that's a little different.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And to the rest of the audience, we were taking this opportunity to clarify because of the special expertise that you hold in this debate, but we will be going into some wider debate. We've got a few more speakers who may have different points of view on it. Next up is Kelly.
Kia ora.
Good morning.
First of all, thank you for letting Professor Kurian speak for a bit longer. I think we all learnt something, and her expertise is really important in the decision you'll be making today. I'm Kelly Pike. I'm hoping that you got the statement that was sent out a little bit late yesterday. Sorry about that. Life happens. But of course, I'm here advocating for a change to single transferable voting. In the conversations that I've had in the time that I've had politics on the Tron as a sort of voluntary thing that I do on the side, the conversations always come back to people feeling as if that they're not really a part of this council or any local government institution. And so it's been really important for me to try to find ways to encourage people to participate, stand, and really just get involved in the work that you do so that the decisions made around this table are ones that reflect everybody or at least suit more of us. And I think that's one of the things that single transferable voting does. It helps to have a better reflection of what we want and the will of the people. I noticed during your annual plan COVID recovery budget, attention was drawn to the submissions that you were receiving only being of a pretty narrow demographic representation, and I think that is a problem. I think it's, and I know it's one that you're working really hard on, and we're all working really hard on that in the community as well. But again, I see single transferable voting as being one tool to help improve that. We need to help improve participation, but we also need to help by having the right voting system in place that will help to be conducive for that. Look, I know that most of you have read this. I'm just seeing which bits I can skip. Look, the reports and the academic research that you've been given from Dr. Hayward and also Priya pointed to the benefits of single transferable voting, and I don't think that it would be easy to argue that first past the post is a preferable system. And please give your constituents more credit that they can cope with a change in voting system. Ranking instead of ticking is easy. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3. We already did it for the DHB, and we have seen an increase in it in other councils, and hopefully in time we will see more nationwide, we will see a lot more single transferable voting, and certainly that's the way the trend seems to be going. I heard, and I didn't think that we'd be coming to a point where we might be asking for a poll or a referendum. I honestly didn't think that was going to be on the table, but when I hear that some of you are considering this, I do understand where that view comes from, but I implore you not to. I think your comms team have done a really, really good job. It wasn't too boring, it was bright and attractive, and it was appealing, and I think they've done such a great job that I think based on that, based on the academic research, I think you should feel confident that you do have, or a change to STV is actually what the community is feeling. I wouldn't have said that 6 years ago, but I do believe that that is the case today. I'm also concerned that if we do go to a poll, and I don't know if this is a concern, maybe it is something that you can do, but I don't think you would be able to put up the same level of education and engagement at an election time, because as somebody who spent hundreds of hours trying to encourage people to vote and to stand and to just get involved, putting a referendum at the next election is actually going to make things more complicated. I think if you make the decision today, we've at least got 2 and a bit years to get used to the idea at the next election we'll be voting with single transferable voting, and we'll have that 2 years to let people know and to remind them that it's a case of ranking your preferred candidates at the next election. Listening to the overwhelming community feedback, over 200 signatures on an Action Station petition, and all the work your comms team have done, I think we can crack 40% voter turnout in the next election, and I'd really like to think that single transferable voting will be a way to make sure that it reflects our preferences as well as being an increased number participating in the process. Thank you for your time again.
No? Robert is next, please. Good morning.
Morena. Tuatahi, he mihi nui ki ngā tua tūpuna i te ao katoa, ki ngā mana whenua o tēnei rohe, ki a koutou katoa, ngā me mō te kaunihira o Kirikiri me ona kaimahi, ko tēnei te mihi nui ki a koutou. Ko auhe uri o Tainui Waka, Whaingaro o Moana, Waikato iwi, ko Robert Moore aho. Firstly, I must say that it's great to have on this council a cohort of real community champions who understand, advocate for, and offer leadership on issues of improving equity and social justice across our city. But we shouldn't take that for granted. I'd also like to truly commend and congratulate Council for the amazing campaign they've undertaken in public education and engagement on the electoral options this time around. This far exceeds the public information on offer during the 2013 poll. And I remember that because back in 2013, I was part of the Electoral Reform Coalition Waikato. I dressed up as a giant yellow number and danced around at intersections at rush hour. We were a visual representation of 123 Vote STV, or STV, it's as easy as 123. I was younger then and considerably naive. I thought with a little bit of effort, letters to the editor, getting some media coverage, going to the Frankton markets, they were busier back then, and giant dancing numbers, that STV would win come polling day. I'd not long finished a degree in political science. I did papers looking at different electoral systems and the pros and cons of each, and I developed my opinion from these strongly in favour of proportional representative systems like STV. But I was wrong. We didn't win. Information then was limited. It's actually it's hard to discern the benefits of different electoral systems from a giant dancing number. And it's actually a tough sell. Electoral reform, for many people, is as boring as it sounds, especially when you're talking about vague but technical sounding acronym versus vague but technical sounding acronym. And I would know, I did this on the streets as a giant dancing number. But when you talk to people about what other systems can look like that produce more diversity, inclusion, and having more leaders who have been exposed to and understand more of the issues, challenges, and concerns across the breadth of different lived experiences in Kirikiriroa, then people are overwhelmingly in support of this. We're more likely to get a council like that elected by a broader spread of more people under STV. There was a Murray Ball cartoon at the time of the MMP referendum, and in it the farmer says, "Want a good reason to vote for MMP? Look at the people telling you not to." I think that applies here. Technical changes are often felt deeply but not widely, but your recent community engagement shows that those who are passionate and informed about electoral systems overwhelmingly want you to move to STV. You have a clear, strong mandate. Don't push this down the road and defer to another poll or vote unless that will similarly have a significant campaign of public engagement and education on what these options really mean. Listen to the submitters and please support STV. Kia ora.
Giant three.
I don't know where they ended up, but...
Thank you for that. And now we have Jeff. Good morning.
Mayor Paul, I had a question of that speaker. I don't know if you saw that.
I didn't. Okay, I'll allow, just, can you wait 1 second, Jeff, stay there. Question, Ryan, very quick question.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Just a question, obviously a big push for the STV proponents is around the diversity representation argument. I'd just be interested in your feedback, given that part of what I've learned is you're only going to get the diversity if those candidates are standing. And in our own local election last year, we had the most diversity of age that we've ever seen, and it was under the FPP system. So I'm just interested in your thoughts on that.
So, Robert, do you have any thoughts on diversity? And just step up a bit, sorry to have sent you away. Sit next to Jeff, perhaps, sorry about this, but it's really hard with the blend of Zoom and real people to pick up all the questions. Go.
What was the question? I think more people will engage in the process when more people stand who look like them, and more people stand who look like them when you get more people around the council table who look like them.
Okay.
Cool. I mean, the whakapapa of this organisation is right out there on the wall, and you look at the photos and it's old white men, and
Sorry, you sort of missed my point. The last election,
Okay, no, Ryan.
around the table, and now is some of the most diverse candidates we've got. And
I don't want to debate because we're about 3 minutes away from speaking in debate and getting our key presentation. But I think what Robert's saying is he has answered your question, even though you might not take that view, Councillor Hamilton.
So I get one question, but I didn't get an answer.
I would also agree that, yes, this is probably one of the best councils we've ever had, and I congratulate that. And yes, that was under FPP, but we shouldn't take that for granted.
Okay, I think that is your answer. It might not be an answer that satisfies you, Councillor Hamilton, but we will also give you the opportunity to ask that of the presenters, if that's okay. And we're going to go to Jeff now. Thank you.
With all due respect, Your Worship and councillors, I believe you have the cart before the horse. How is STV a fairer system when voters can only elect half of council? In previous elections, there have been better candidates in the other ward, but have been unable to vote for them, prevented by the ward system, the division of the river. When councillors are elected, they vote for the good, and sometimes the bad, of the city, not their particular ward. So we should have whole of city voting, just like we do for the mayor. What is different? If we had whole of city voting last election, the composition of council would have been vastly different. Those councillors who argue it is too expensive to campaign citywide need to ask, what are they standing for? The good of the city or themselves? Before changing the voting system, or in conjunction with it, change the representation to whole of city. We have heard the result of the survey is a fair dinkum majority. How was that? 726 in favour when there are over 59,000 ratepayers, and there are over 103 people on the electoral roll, less than 1%. That is just propaganda and BS. The advocates would have us believe we need more diversity, and STV would help get this. No, we don't. We need more ability and a fair suck of the salve by voting for all of council.
Thank you. Any questions on that? It is a slight aside. No? Thank you. We now have Russell. Good morning, Russell.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. Ata marea tatou. I am just a man for all seasons with a keen interest in history. And congratulations to the Council on grasping this issue. It's, in my view, long overdue. The first past the post method was established back when democracy was first introduced with votes for most adults. And as the times were, it was simple and easy to be understood by a not well-educated population. And most importantly, it fitted in with the feelings of those times, the winner takes all. We've long got past that. It also means, though, that it, as the times were, it was crude and it's primitive, and in my view, well past its use-by date. We all know examples of where, under first past the post worldwide, governments have been elected and councils with less than the support of half the population. And in most cases, minority groups are hardly ever represented, and which causes resentment and disillusion with democracy. And we can see that now worldwide, especially among young people, of a disturbing disillusionment and disaffection with democracy. Our society is much more diverse, better educated, complex and sophisticated than it was in our case 175 years ago. I hope so. We need to bring our election system up to date, just as we have with every other aspect of our lives. Would we consider using horses instead of cars, or posting letters instead of texting, or candles instead of electric light, or cooking on a coal range, or worst of all, not giving votes to women? Of course not. The same applies to first past the post. It is not fit for purpose in the current age. STV will produce a system which produces councils and parliaments which reflect the plurality and diversity of the current age, and will give it's far more satisfactory for an inclusive and harmonious society. And if the COVID-19 pandemic has shown us nothing else, it has shown that we need that now more than ever. The so-called cons of STV, first past the post, are of no consequence, and I'm sure that you will not be conned by them. The STV is all pros. It is your decision to make, and for two simple reasons. STV does not disadvantage anybody, and secondly, it improves everybody's democratic rights. A poll isn't needed. This is your decision. Thank you very much.
No, there being none, we will thank all the speakers for coming in. And since our presenters are here for the item that relates to these speakers, we're going to go to item 9, councillors. And we're going to crack on with this item, keep going. So I think, Becky, you're just going to bring speakers up and...
Tēnā koutou katoa, elected members. The purpose of this report is to inform the Council of the outcome of the community engagement for the electoral system review and to seek a decision from Council on the electoral system to be used for the 22 elections and beyond. This is a legislative requirement of Council under the Local Electoral Act. The Local Electoral Act enables councils to choose between two electoral systems, first past the post and single transferable voting. Councils are required to choose the system they believe best responds to the Act principle of providing fair and effective representation for individuals and communities they represent. Council may also choose to conduct a poll of electors on the matter as outlined in the report. For the 2020 electoral system review, Council has undertaken a citywide education and engagement campaign to better understand the views of the community on the matter and to inform elected members on consideration on the most appropriate electoral system for Hamilton. We received 928 responses from our community. The engagement process had an educational dimension to it that prompted respondents to watch a video outlining the systems before submitting their view. The step in the engagement process was put in place intentionally so that Council could be reasonably confident that the responses received were based on some knowledge of the two systems. The outcome of this engagement with the community is outlined in the report. With me today I have Dan Silverton, who took a lead role with the education and engagement campaign. Via Zoom we have Otago University Politics Professor Janine Hayward. who is leading research nationally on electoral systems in New Zealand, and we also have our electoral officer, Dale Lofsowski, joining us. Happy to take the report as read and respond to any questions.
For them on the screen. Oh, there's Janine. Welcome, Janine.
Thank you very much.
Okay, councillors, you know what the report is, and we've got all the people who can answer all your questions, so we'll go straight into discussion. And because I do see this as a significant issue, I'm going to be as generous as I can be in the discussion so that we can make a clear decision. Councillor O'Leary.
Of the professor around, I think I got an academic response, which was obviously correct. So I'm just seeking some view from you on how we can take confidence in what could be seen as a low number of submissions and a majority.
Yep, so thanks, Councillor O'Leary. We have done some analysis around that. It might be easier if I just pass this off to Dan to answer that question.
Yeah, thanks.
So as the public forum speaker mentioned, this engagement campaign was run along the same lines as every other engagement or consultation that we do, in that it's opt-in. If we want to get a scientific-based representative sample of the community, we'd need to do that with random sampling, and that option was put forward as an option for the elected member briefing on the 27th of May, but we opted to go with the typical engagement campaign that we did, and it did receive a lot higher number of submissions that we have for other campaigns.
And just a follow-up question from that then, is a poll considered random? Or is it still opt-in?
The poll option?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm the best person to answer this, but...
I can just jump in there, Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you.
A poll is still opt-in because we're giving people the choice to... Sorry. We're giving people the choice. I'll just talk to the chair. We're still giving, people still have the choice whether they fill out that poll or not.
Yeah.
So because of that, it's still deemed opt-in.
Yeah.
So you won't necessarily get the full representative, or you won't get the representative sample via doing a poll.
Okay, all right. Thank you, and I think I sent my motion in early, so...
Okay, so
when you're ready.
May I add a comment there?
Yes, sure. But just before that, procedurally, because Becca's sitting over there instead of here, we have had a motion from Angela O'Leary and an amendment by Councillor Taylor. So we'll get to those, and those are... Thanks, Sean.
The Priya was absolutely correct, and it's not a random sample. Where we do market research, and we do random samples, a sample size of 900 people across a population of 165,000 would be considered, a valid sample size. And if this was a random sample, so if it was a piece of market research, then a sample size of that would have a margin of error about plus or minus 3%. So when we've done sample sizes of similar to that in the past, what that means is you can be 95% confident that if you did that survey every time, 95 times out of 100, the result would be plus or minus 3% of the result. So that it's not a random sample, so that's absolutely correct. But it is still a fairly good sample size for representative of the population.
So the only difference is that people have had the choice to participate rather than being approached to participate.
Correct.
Okay, cool. Councillor Hamilton?
Thanks, Mayor Paula. I guess just a follow-up question to earlier, in terms of the diversity argument, I mean, we had a great example of diversity coming through in our last first past the post election, and I guess it's only as strong as the candidates running, but I'd just be interested to know what gives the STV the edge in terms of promoting other candidates over FPP?
I think this would be a good question for Professor Hayward, if you're able to respond to that question.
Yes, I can. I hope you can hear me.
We can, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, well, thanks very much for the invitation to come along, and I'm pleased to answer questions where I can. So I think the issue about diversity is a really interesting one. There's nothing to say, an electoral system really isn't a silver bullet, so there's nothing to say that any type of electoral system is going to necessarily change the diversity of the candidates who stand for election. What gives STV the edge, if you like, over first past the post is the way that the system, by design, ensures that a broad proportionality of the communities of interest are represented in who gets elected. So because first past the post is a plurality system, we know that it's possible for minorities of voters to overrepresent themselves in who gets elected. And sometimes that can mean that it can produce a very diverse council. It absolutely depends on who those people decide to vote for. But when we look at the history of voting and representation in councils in New Zealand, it appears that generally that hasn't been the case. But when you look at STV, the same thing happens, that you can have a diversity of candidates standing, and that doesn't necessarily mean that your community is going to produce a council that's diverse. Again, it depends on how they vote, but you can be more assured with STV that how the community has voted is reflected in who gets elected. Does that make sense? So the transfer of the community's preferences is more reliable under a proportional system like STV, but it can't magically create diversity if it wasn't there in the candidate standing.
Yeah, thank you. It's a really helpful distinction.
Thank you, Ryan. You finished? Yep. Okay, just councillors, I'm just noting with the process thing, and I'm going through the questions that Ewan has messaged me to say that he also has an amendment of some sort, so I'm asking him to deal with. Amy's dealing with that so that we can correspond around that while we continue to take the questions. So we will get to the process of motions, amendments in due course, but let's just stick with the questions for now. Next is Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, could I ask Sean, just as a follow-up to Councillor O'Leary's question, do you agree that the poll that has been conducted is not, as the Professor mentioned earlier, is not statistically a significant outcome, in the sense that the statistical accuracy of that poll is I guess, not valid?
I think I'm just commenting on the number of people that have responded. So in any of our engagements, we're not seeking to weight a random sample and a weighted sample. Okay. When we do proper market research methodology, all of those things are taken into account. Yep. Because this is an opt-in, and that's what makes it not a statistically valid kind of approach. I'm commenting on sort of the sample size of 900-ish sort of people responding is a significant number. I think that's what I'm sort of commenting on. And so, we do engagements across any number of activities regularly, and sometimes we get 300 people responding, and sometimes we get 2,000 people responding, and you make your decisions based on sort of some of that community feedback. It's a good number of respondents for a survey for a piece of engagement like this.
Okay, thank you. My next question is about the term wasted votes, and I notice in the support for STV, a con is that there are fewer, that STV saves wasted votes, and that the other method, the first past the post, creates or has more wasted votes. Just sort of linking that to Professor Priya's comments earlier this morning when I asked her about invalid votes. She seemed to interchange wasted votes with invalid votes. And I'm a little bit confused between the two. Is there a definition in the sense of using the word wasted votes under the STV method? Is there a definition of what a wasted vote is? Or is it an invalid vote?
We're just figuring out who.
Janine, are you able to respond to that question?
Yes, I can. So invalid votes and wasted votes are different. So invalid votes are votes that are incorrectly cast. You know, we were talking about an election result. Wasted votes, I could bore you with a massive debate in the literature about how you define wasted votes. And
Please don't.
Some people just avoid using the term because it can be unhelpful. But it is helpful in the sense that if you define a wasted vote as a vote that doesn't help to elect anyone, so it's a vote that is cast, it's cast correctly, but ultimately it doesn't help to elect a candidate. So that's where, when people talk about wasted votes under First Past the Post and under STV, they're drawing a distinction between, theoretically, the large number of votes that can be wasted under FPP. In other words, they're cast correctly, but that person doesn't help to elect anyone by casting that vote. Whereas on the other side, under STV, by design, it is created to try and avoid as much as possible those wasted votes. In other words, votes that are cast that don't help to elect anyone.
Do you think the word wasted creates a certain element of fear to people considering the two methods, in the sense that they might favour STV because they're avoiding their vote being wasted?
I think it's a helpful way of helping people to understand, you know, one of the fundamental differences between those two electoral systems. But the term wasted tends to be a bit emotive. Some people get upset to think that their vote under First Past the Post has been wasted if they haven't helped to elect anyone, because they feel that the election outcome is fair, even if not everybody has had the same impact on who gets elected.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is administrative costs of STV. Does STV typically cost more to run an election, given the what I assume is a more increased complexity around counting votes than the First Past the Post system?
I can respond to that one, Councillor Pascoe. So, in speaking to Dale Ofsosky, there is a very marginal difference between $1,000 or $2,000, depending on the labour costs associated with doing STV. So it's changed over the last few years in terms of the ability for STV and how the papers are printed and things to be more on par cost-wise.
Okay, and appeals and the like are no more than under First Past the Post?
Not to my understanding. Judith, I see you're on screen. Can you respond to that one in terms of appeals costs?
Oh, sorry, we can't hear you.
I didn't quite hear what that question was.
My question, Judith, was we talked about the additional costs of the election poll under STV compared with FPP, and I mentioned whether or not there was the likelihood of increased costs around increased appeals that might happen under STV as compared with the present system of voting.
So you mean if there is a request for a judicial recount, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that or just general appeals that might not have gone as far as a judicial recount.
Well, generally the only things that we have to be concerned about is if there is a request for a judicial recount, which we get at every election where there is a close race between the lowest successful candidate and the highest unsuccessful generally. And we have had recounts for both STV and FPP. So I don't think it makes any difference.
To the cost?
The cost doesn't make any difference.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Right, those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe. We've got Councillor Naidu-Rove.
Thank you. Just one question for clarity. In the report with the engagement, it says, 928 submissions received, and then 799 share their name and or contact details and can be considered unique. What does unique mean?
It means that we've got a phone number or an email address for that submitter, and that that they are all different so that they're not the same person.
Got you. Thank you. And second question, just after an opinion, if I can, from Professor Hayward. Do you, so this decision has come to elected members who have been elected by the previous system. So in your opinion, is there a possible conflict of interest in asking us to make this decision?
Well, yes, obviously, there is a conflict of interest in asking a council to determine the electoral system that will elect the next council. So, and I think it's interesting to think about the difference at the national level with how these decisions are made, that we don't ask our elected MPs to make this decision. I think that the electoral option that you're now grappling with emerged reasonably soon after New Zealand made that change to MMP, and I think in a number of ways that had implications for this electoral option and the way that it was set up. So I think it's interesting to note that, for instance, the idea was that communities would be allowed to just make this decision themselves. And in the first instance, councils were asked to make that decision. Now, again, that wasn't how we decided MMP, and that is highly regarded as a less than ideal way to determine your electoral systems. But I think Parliament was kind of caught in a bind, because the other way that we can do it is through referendum. And I know you've been discussing and debating this issue. So I think when the referendum option was put in the legislation, it was again reasonably close to New Zealand having that referendum about MMP, and it seemed possible to us that that you could ask communities to engage with questions about electoral systems, and that they would respond to that and make a decision that reflected their view. All I would say about that is that the literature about referendums makes it pretty clear that the key to them is how you inform people who engage in those referendums, and that overwhelmingly they tend to go with the status quo. So they tend to be problematic blunt tools that people need to think really carefully about. So, for example, the two electoral referendums we've got coming up at the election, we've got the Electoral Commission that is working to give independent advice, and New Zealanders trust that advice. That's a really crucial part of offering a referendum, to make sure that voters are informed.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Paula, and thank you for the work. So this poll that we've just done, this was a first past the poll in itself, wasn't it? Poll in itself. You either ticked one or the other, and
I guess it was,
okay.
yeah.
Cool. Okay. I want to ask a question, and I'm pretty sure it might be to Becca and Dale, if that's all right. Regards the seeming staggering of these decisions we're making, with regards like the one ward, the electronic voting, all these methods and things that imply or that affect the vote count and the way we vote. Is there a way we could bring them all together and sort the thing out? Because it strikes me as we seem to be dribbling these through and weakening the potential impact of a change.
Yeah, that's a good question, Councillor Bunting. A lot of these types of things within the are dictated in terms of timeframes within the Local Electoral Act. So we're a little bit bound with how we deal with them and the timeframes in which we have to deal with them.
Yeah.
So Dale, jump in if you want to on this one as well, but they are quite separate. So, for example, the decision around electoral system is quite different from, for example, a representation review, because a representation review is, in terms of how it's dealt with, there's a whole bunch of extra things that goes into a decision around a representation review. For example, the electoral system is just one way of, determining fair and effective representation for a community. Dale, did you have any comments around that, around the time frame, around how things are set out?
Yeah, they are set by legislation, but the first two issues to consider are your electoral system and your Maori wards, and they set the scene, if you like, for your main event, which is your representation arrangements review under the current legislation, but they are prescribed in the time frame.
So is there a way we could, because to one person STV with a smaller ward system could be a different proposition to STV with a a whole ward? Is there a way, with a singular ward or an at-large ward, is there a way we could bring that together?
The decision.
Well, I suppose that comes down to your informal consultation and your gathering of information from your communities and feedback and things like that. You can do informal surveys and polls. I know Whanganui District Council do surveys or informal referendums at each training election to try and gauge public support or whatever, or views on various matters. So they'd be then gathering this information to form their view once the due legislative timeframe comes into effect.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Dale, while we've got you there and we're talking about cost, so you're telling us here and now that the cost difference would be marginal?
If you did a poll with the training elections, is that what you're talking about, or are you just talking about if you move to STV, the cost would be marginal?
Yeah, the cost difference would be marginal if we went to STV.
That is correct, because historically that was not the case, but that was the way the printing was done. Now it's all done together, so there's no cost difference in any printing, there's no cost differences in any postage and all that sort of thing. The only cost difference is in counting of your preferences. As I've said, that's only marginal, because instead of counting 6 ticks, for example, you may be counting 9 or 12 or 15 preferences, so there's additional labour content there.
Yeah, and that was my next one. In the Solgum appendix we've got here, they talk about, on page 19, they talk about announcing results takes a longer time with STV. So what time frame are you talking about?
Well, with STV, that's an interesting question. With STV, every vote does count, so we prefer to not release a progress result, which is, we release that about 1 o'clock in the afternoon on election day, and progress results do not include the votes received on election day. The preliminary result is the one that includes all the votes received on election day, but excludes special votes. The Solgum Code of Good Practice says do not release a progress result, but wait for a preliminary result. And councils around the country have bent that a little bit, if I can use that phrase, and they say, we actually want a progress result on STV. Now, a classic example is New Plymouth District Council. They moved to STV in 2019. I advised them that we would not be issuing a progress result, but a preliminary result, because of the guidance from Solgum and the way that it's all counted and every vote makes a difference. I think they got their preliminary result out on the Sunday under STV. They weren't particularly happy with that, and they've asked if I could consider issuing a progress result on the Saturday afternoon using STV in 2022. We're happy to do that, but of course you must remember that I think in Wellington there were 10% of the votes that were not released with the progress result when Wellington released the progress result, because they simply had not been counted because they had been received on that morning of election day.
Right. No, that's cool. Thank you. That was around cost, but I'll tell you what, I've started to feel those old tensions of waiting for results. Thanks for that. Professor Hayward, thank you for your extra time on Zoom the other day. I really appreciated that. Can you just talk about, we were talking about the diversity, and you made a point around no system is the silver bullet. Can you just talk to me a little bit more again about the relationship between who stands and the diversity you get, and the voting system and the diversity you get as a result? Not that I'm trying to lead you or anything.
Well, I think the easiest way to think about it is that regardless of who's standing for council, so if you set the question of diversity aside for a moment, the way to think about the difference between the two systems is that, in theory, STV was designed to ensure that a broader proportion of the communities of interest were reflected in who gets elected. So, again, I guess it's not a perfect translation, in other words, between the diversity of a group of candidates standing and the diversity of the council that is elected under any system. So if you have a fantastically diverse group of candidates, your community may still decide to vote in a way that doesn't demonstrate or display that diversity in who gets elected. But the point is that in the difference between the two systems, you can be confident, more confident when the community is using STV, that the candidates that get elected actually reflect the preferences of a larger number of the people that voted.
Right, of the people that voted, right, okay.
I mean, I guess the point is to not expect that either FPP doesn't produce diversity or that STV always will. You know, the work that we're doing is trying to look at the big trends across all of New Zealand's councils, and that is showing that STV is boosting women's representation, for example, but it is not doing as much as STV advocates would hope for Māori representation, for example. So we know that there's all kinds of other stuff that goes on that affects the outcomes of elections.
Right, okay, yeah, look, it would take too long if I drilled into that last bit, but it's really interesting. The last question, is there any data, because when I was talking with Professor Hayward, had a brilliant idea of running two elections right next to each other, where you'd have STV and FPP, and one of them was Moot, to see what difference you'd get. Pretty complicated, pretty ambitious. Yeah, well, you technically you would, it's just you wouldn't tell the people who lost, but yeah, is there a similar sort of way of actually seeing the difference in a makeup of a council that's, you know, do you have any examples of any differences in the council that's voted in by FPP and one that's voted in by STV? I mean, how close can you get?
Are you asking me that question?
Yes, I am, yep.
Okay, so some work that I'm doing with a colleague at Victoria University, as I said, is looking at the really broad trends. So we've looked at all of the elections, particularly 2016 and 19 for STV councils, and the same for all the FPP councils. Now, because of the small number of STV councils, we have to be kind of careful about making broad generalisations beyond the experiences of those councils. But what we have discovered is, rather than thinking about running two different elections with the same community, that would be great. I would love to do that. But putting that aside, assuming that that's not possible, we are finding a number of things. So I mentioned before that, generally speaking, STV councils that are using STV, we're finding that is introducing a boost in women's representation. In other words, where women stand for election, they are up to 10% more likely to get elected under STV councils than they are under first past the post councils. And that's one of those examples of how diversity is being reflected in the two different systems. But we're also discovering that STV elections are more competitive, so more people are tending to stand for election where a council is using STV than they do where council is using first past the post. Now, we don't know why that is, but we guess that it's because as councils and communities, like Dunedin's, who've been using it since 2004, as they become more familiar with the system and more confident, and they see the changes that are appearing in councils as a result of the electoral system, that encourages more people to stand for election. So you have far fewer unopposed elections, if you can call them that, in STV councils than you do in first past the post councils.
Okay. No, thank you. Look, I could go all day, actually, so I better stop. Thanks, Mayor Paula. Thanks, Janine.
Thank you. Sean just wanted to make a comment on the methods and how we're using the terminology poll versus...
Yeah, I thought it would just be useful to clarify just the terminology. So poll in this context is referring to when we do essentially that referendum. The engagement activity we've done isn't a poll. I think it's been referred to a couple of times as a poll. So it's not. It's a piece of engagement work, which is not the same as poll in sort of the context of doing essentially a referendum on the two systems. And I think just to clarify your question, Councillor Bunting, on the system used in the engagement survey, because there are only two options, it doesn't, if we'd use an STV or an FPP sort of system to ask about the two systems, it's irrelevant because there's only two options. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Wilson. Oh no, he's gone. Oh, there he is.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. My first question is to Dale. Dale, of obviously, there are two parts of this. This is the electoral system, i.e. first past the post, or STV. And then the second limb is the issue of representation. City at large, 2 wards, 3 wards, whatever. Is there anything stopping us choosing to move towards STV at the next election and taking the opportunity between now and then to consult with the public regarding the question of representation, a move towards citywide? I know we do that, I think, once every 5 years, and we've done it recently. I'm trying to get from you if there's any legislative limitation for us doing that again, and is there sufficient time frame for that to occur for the 2022 election?
Yes, there is an ability. The legislation says you must do a representation review at least once every 6 years, but you can do it after 3 years. So council did theirs in 2018, and it can do it next year if it so wishes to. And that would be a clean slate again. You can look at the whole thing, you can look at the at-large, rewards, all that sort of thing again, should you wish to. But you must do it every 6 years. You can do it after 3 years. So the opportunity does exist.
Thank you, Dale. My second question and last, if I may, Paula, is to Janine. I think it's Professor. If it is, I want to address you appropriately. Look, I want to do a bit of a deep dive into your academic opinion of citywide versus wards. And if you, when you talk about, and when I read about STV, we talk about better representation. The argument is that it's a fairer system. Could the same argument be used to suggest a citywide versus ward, where there is a lot of evidence where people go to vote for their preferred candidate and discover that in fact they're in the wrong part of the city? But there is an expectation that as city councillors elected, irrespective of wards, we work at large. I'd just like your view and your academic research about whether or not at large is a fairer system, if you could.
Certainly, and I mean, there's two ways I can answer that, but both through the literature, but also through my experience of chairing Dunedin's representation review in 2015, where we had exactly this debate. So first of all, I think the key thing is to think about the relationship between electoral systems and the at-large ward system. So the first thing I would say is that it's important to remember that first past the post, I always avoid the language of fair because that's too subjective, but if you're talking about effectiveness of an electoral system, first past the post is a better electoral system the smaller the number of candidates getting elected. So in a two-people race, first past the post is perfect. The larger number of candidates getting elected in a ward, the more disproportional the results can be in a first past the post election. And arguably, the opposite's true for STV. So where district magnitude, so where you're electing just a few candidates in a ward under STV, its proportionality, its power as a proportional representation system can be a bit limited. The larger the number of candidates you're electing, the better STV gets at becoming more and more proportional. So for Dunedin, who was using STV in 2015, we had wards and we were looking at moving to at large, and we had a very substantial discussion with our community and with councillors and everybody about the advantages and disadvantages of wards. And to our mind, when we did go to at large, that was contingent on us using STV. If Dunedin ever returns to first past the post, our recommendation was that we shouldn't be using an at large system. Does that help?
Yeah, so I think, just for clarity, I think you're saying that the true benefit of STV comes into play and it's a better reflection of the people's will, or am I putting words in your mouth?
No, that is true. Although, there's always an although when you talk to an academic. In the research that Jack Bowles and I are doing, interestingly, we're discovering that in terms of the effect that it's having for women's representation, that starts to diminish at large. For whatever reason, women's representation is best translated from candidate to elected member in wards of about 5 to 6 members. So, and again, we can't explain that at the moment. We're going to do some more work to try and understand what's going on there. So, you know, there are all kinds of, again, there's no easy answer. There are all kinds of complexities, but as a general rule, STV as a proportional system boosts its effectiveness the larger the ward. First past the post becomes more disproportional the larger the ward, theoretically speaking.
Thank you, that's very clear. Appreciate your answer.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Professor Hayward, one question I have is around strategic voting and the fact that, well, from experience as a voter under an FPP system, you're often forced to vote strategically, or at least you feel that you can't always vote for your first preference, because if it's, for example, a kind of a two-horse race, but you're wanting to vote for someone who's maybe not seen as a mainstream candidate, you might feel like that vote's just going to be wasted, and it would be better to go towards having a say on who out of those two mainstream candidates is successful. Have you done research around, I guess, that and that voter experience with the two systems?
Okay, so two things again I'd say about that. I mentioned before that we're noticing that councils that are using STV are tending to show greater competition, so there are more people standing for election. One of the reasons we think that's happening from a candidate perspective is because of that idea of not splitting the vote. So, you know, we know that if too many candidates of the same kind stand under first past the post in multi-member constituencies, they run the risk of splitting the vote and letting somebody else kind of come through the middle. So it means that standing for election is a strategic choice. But from a voter's perspective, you know, again, we know that people think about, as you just described, think about how they cast their vote under first past the post in order to make sure that it's not, you know, wasted, using that language again. So in that sense, I mean that you're not going to vote for somebody that's obviously going to romp in and it's a bit of a waste you adding to that pile of votes that they got, or vote for somebody who's going to be so unpopular that they don't get elected and your vote is also kind of wasted. So again, STV was designed as an electoral system to get around that problem. Through that transfer of votes, you're ultimately casting a single vote, but the transfer of that vote, or parts of that vote, according to your rankings, is the part that ensures that that's the strategy for you, essentially.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that voters feel more comfortable with then, you know, putting their first actual preference first when it comes to STV when they're voting?
Yes, and we've certainly found in Dunedin, as people have had the experience of voting in a number of STV elections now, when we look at how people are casting their votes, people are getting much more sophisticated in the way they're doing that as their confidence and understanding of the system grows. But I think if you're meaning, do people know to put their number one preference as their number one? Yes, I think that's a fairly easy message to communicate to people, and that's certainly something that Dunedin voters seem to understand.
Okay, thank you. The final question I had was possibly to Becca. It was there was a lot of talk around, say, if we do a referendum, we need to have very robust education, and in the report it said 35,000 if it was to be, you know, additional cost if a referendum was to be attached to the elections. 20, was it 25?
Report. I think it was
around. Okay,
it's around that amount.
Yes, around that amount anyway.
Yeah.
But would we need to, if we were to actually make it a robust education campaign, then would that need to be increased?
I guess we've done a lot of the work in terms of creating the content already, in terms of the material, but I guess it just depends on how far we push it out and how much money we allocate to promotion and communication and doing the added extra stuff on top of what we're proposing we would possibly do in that space.
Mm.
So it could get more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson?
Thanks. This is a question to either yourself or to Becca, I think. I've been hearing some submissions and now some questions from Councillor Ewan about ward sizes and that, and I've perused the agenda and can't find any recommendations about that on there. So I'm wondering why that's even coming up, and I'm checking that if people want to raise that issue in terms of a formal decision, can it or can't it be at this meeting?
Well, I'll ask Becca on that because I know that Councillor Wilson has an interest in that and potentially putting something forward. But I do believe his questions were related to STV because he was asking about the impact of the bigger ward or the split wards on the use of the method. It's how I understood his line of questions. I didn't consider them to be off topic. They are related.
So the answer from Professor Janine that said for women's representation, a ward size of 5 or 6 seemed to be the optimum one is relevant then.
Are you asking questions?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
I can respond to that question, Councillor McPherson. So, as you know, there's quite a bit involved and a lot of moving parts in terms of legislation, research and consultation involved with a representation review. My view and my strong recommendation is that if councillors' wish is to look at whether we want to do another representation review, that we have information come back via a briefing, especially because there's a lot of new councillors on this council who haven't got the background information around the last representation review and what was involved with that. So I wouldn't think it would be a good decision-making process in terms of information available at today's meeting to make a decision around a representation review. I would think that you would probably need information to make that decision.
I'm not so much asking good practice, I'm asking whether we can even discuss something that's not on the agenda. I mean,
I guess,
not discuss, but
yeah,
but make decisions on. I should have said.
I wouldn't. My strong suggestion is that it wouldn't be a good decision-making process to make a decision around the representation review today.
Okay.
Okay, I'll leave it there.
Well, I'll leave that for discussion. What I'm going to do is take all these questions, then we're going to have a break. I know that's a little bit inconvenient for people on Zoom, but we've been sitting for an hour and a half. We've got about 5 or 6 more questions maybe, and then we'll take a break. And Becca, you can talk with Ewan about what he's proposing to do. And we can bring that process back to the table. Dave, did you have any other questions?
No, that was all, thanks. Just on that point about what we are and what we aren't discussing today.
Fair enough. And you know, I think I've made it clear why I've allowed that questioning to go. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thanks very much. My question's really with regard to the vote count and the preliminary versus progress results of that, respecting, of course, that Solgum take a view that preliminary is better. There is an expectation that our electors would want that to be on, have a result on the day. So I guess, Dale, the question is for you, really, with regard to that. What risk might we be facing should we go to a progress result rather than a preliminary one? And is there any examples also of where there has been any kind of extreme difference in those results?
Yes, there is a risk when you release all results under any system, because all votes aren't included until your final result. What you're doing on a progress result is you're looking at up to 10% what's included in that vote result, which can have an impact on the outcome with an STV election, as it can in an EPP election. So it's just a matter of educating everyone that if you want to go down the track of a progress result, then you have to bear in mind that it won't be a complete result, and with STV, every vote does count and has an impact, and results can change. A recent example, I think, was Wellington City in 2019, where they did progress results and preliminary results and then final results, and I think they changed in each occasion. I need to just check back on that one, but I think that was the case in Wellington, and of course, with the mayoral one, it was extremely close, 73 votes, I think it was, and it went to a judicial recount. So that's some of the sort of the factual information.
And so, in your view, an education process prior to the vote or to any poll should include those facts?
Well, our preference is to follow the Sultan guidelines that says don't release a progress result, only a preliminary result. But in practice, that's becoming a little unreasonable now with the expectations of candidates and the public actually, that they want to know on the day who's provisionally being elected. So we take that feedback on board, and as I said, with New Plymouth District Council, we pre-warned them. We said we won't do a progress result, we'll only do a preliminary result. The candidates weren't particularly happy with that because of the next day delivery of the results, and they've now asked, can we seriously look at a progress result on the Saturday, knowing that of course that the results can change. And as an electoral officer, one thing we don't want to see happen is candidates all excited and partying on the Saturday because they've had a progress result, which is only 90% of the votes cast, only to be found the next day that they're actually not elected and very disgruntled. So we just have to balance that out.
Our electors are quite sophisticated now in the way that they understand the MMP proportional voting, and they, I believe, understand that in central government those results can change. Is it your view that that kind of sophistication can be transferred to a local body?
Yeah, I think it does come down to education, as long as it's clearly set out that these are the expectations, and of course they are subject to change. And as I said earlier, they're subject to change under FPP as well if it's a very, very close result, and we found that in the 2016 Hamilton City deal, of course, very close to the results.
Thank you. Final question really is just about, in the past, as the voting has come in, we've had an idea about the percentage of voters who are participating. Could we expect the same kind of reporting?
Oh, absolutely. We always report on a daily basis the numbers that have come in. But obviously, of course, we don't divulge who they voted for, but certainly the same procedure will occur again.
Thank you, Mayor, that's all.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, my first question to Dale and then to Janine. Look, on that, what do you call it, progress versus preliminary, I mean, Australia has STV, albeit preferential in terms of single member wards. I mean, really, let's put this one to bed, because we had a situation 3 years ago where there was a close mayoral race under FPP, so on the night, there was no guarantee that the leading candidate was going to end up being the leading candidate. And just the other day, the last time, we had a couple of my colleague councillors, not myself, but my colleague councillors whose vote was a little bit close.
Yes,
and I don't think that, well, I'm just making the point that whether it's FPP or STV, everyone knows that on the night where the result is close, it's a close, we're looking at trends, aren't we?
Excellent. There was a question, no?
I've probably answered it. Dale, I mean, really, I think it's a red herring, if I can say so.
No, you can't, because we're
All
not in
right.
debate. But what you can do is ask Dale. Ask for Dale.
Does it make any real difference if people are educated to understand that whether it's FPP or STV, the Saturday result is preliminary in all cases and can change?
Dale?
All it does is give you trends.
Dale?
It does give you trends. What you don't want is lots of confidence in the public.
Yeah.
So what you don't want is people suddenly saying, well, what's going on here? It's flip-flopping around. And you're quite right. I mean, we had that in 2016. It is what it is what it is, and we can't do anything about how people cast their votes. But we also want to retain the confidence in the electoral process and the integrity as well from a public perspective.
Yeah, sure. Janine, just focusing on the mayoral contest, in this city, I think for the last 3 or 4 elections, a winning mayor, a winning candidate has got no more than 35, 38% of the vote from memory, and recently it's been into the 33s. Can you just explain again with STV around the mayoral contest? I guess it's dealing with perception, so just so I'm just getting this right, under STV, roughly speaking, if someone's elected mayor, they're either more or less either the first or second preference of at least about 50% of the population. Have I got that right? Is that an understanding that I should take from that system?
So under STV, to be elected mayor, you have to have over 50% of the vote. So I wouldn't want to, I think the question of where the first preferences stand is kind of irrelevant. It really depends who reaches that 50% quota first. So we've certainly, in Dunedin, we've had the experience of having our mayor, our current mayor, was not leading on first preferences, but was elected because he met the 50% threshold first, and that's been the experience in other councils as well.
Do you
I mean, we do know that there are a large number of mayors elected around New Zealand as minority mayors every election under first past the post. Not always, but they do. Yeah. It does happen.
What about the notion, again, I know this perception of split vote that people are wary of, they want one candidate who they'd love to have, but they don't vote for that person because they're scared that that person's going to split a vote, etc. What's been the, I guess, Dunedin or Wellington trends in that regard in terms of the number of candidates standing?
Well, certainly, I mean, I don't know what the numbers are for the numbers of candidates who are standing in mayoral elections as a trend in STV councils, but if Dunedin's anything to go by, we're getting more and more people standing for mayor each year, and that is precisely because you can't split the vote. So it will be the candidate who reaches that 50%, past that 50% quota, that gets elected.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pascoe?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for allowing me to ask another question. The 3 councils who changed to STV in 2019, Tauranga, New Plymouth and Ruapehu, did they have referendums before the decision to change in 2019? I'm not sure who could answer that question.
Could you repeat the question? Did they have what?
Did they have prior referendums to agree on the change, or was the decision to change made by the council itself?
So I think I can answer.
So out of those 3, they were decided internally without a referendum.
Yep.
All 3. Then perhaps a follow-on question to Janine: is it best practice, given the potential conflict of interest that you agreed with Councillor Kesh, that we should have a referendum prior to making a change to clear ourselves from any potential conflict of interest that we might have, given the fact that we were previously voted under first past the post?
So I'm not going to tell you what I think you should do, but perhaps I could just point out the options that you have.
I was asking really for best...
To be perfectly frank, the bit that I will share my opinion on is that I think this electoral option was a little bit of a hospital pass from Parliament in many respects to councils and communities, because it puts you between a rock and a hard place. So on the one hand, you are being asked as a council, who, could be described as having an interest in the result, to make this decision yourself, and that can be difficult. On the other hand, your other option is to offer a community poll, and we know also that can be very problematic because of the number of people who will engage in that, how well they're informed about the decision, and how the people who vote self-select in terms of whether they do that. So I guess, if you're weighing up the 2 of those options, with neither of them being completely ideal, to my mind, the most important aspect of choosing an electoral system is being informed about it. And I think, given that the council, as a group of informed citizens now, understands the differences between those electoral systems and has the information to hand. My feeling is that you would consider that really carefully before moving to the other option of putting it out to referendum.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Sorry. Thanks, Mayor Paula. Just one follow-up question for Dale. DHB here about 10 years ago had a big delay in releasing results for the STV election. Is there confidence now in the system and the process that results in the system is embedded in terms of quick and expedient results for community?
Yes, in answer to that, that was, I think, 2004 that you were referring to at then.
I think even more recently than that.
Okay.
That
There was a delay in Wellington of 4 weeks, and that was a technical issue. I think that's all been resolved. So from our perspective, there should be no issues in getting the results out. Everything is quite streamlined, and everything is audited, and we do dress rehearsals and you name it, we do everything. So there should not be any delays here. But that's assuming, of course, with the DHBs that they may not be electing members anyway going forward if the Simpson report is adopted.
And just a quick cat amongst the pigeons, given the nuances of the mayor-only vote and the wider election votes, is it even tenable to have a STV vote for, say, the mayoral candidates and FFP on the others, or is that legally allowed?
No, if the council decides on one system for all issues, you can't mix and match.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions before we take a break and get our head around this, and then we'll come back, and if there's any questions that haven't been asked after the break that have not already been asked, we can take those and then we'll go into debate. My question is, we could do this referendum, or could we do a statistically relevant poll? For example, this engagement, we know it was engagement, it was a brilliant engagement and far above our usual engagements, the Facebook posts and the doing the poll, the questionnaire was very good, but it wasn't a randomised poll, it was a public engagement. Can we do a randomised poll that isn't as huge as a complete referendum? Can we do a representative sample poll? And if we could, how much would that be? Because I don't think we've been quoted on that, as we've only been quoted on do a referendum now, 180,000 plus, right? Or do a referendum at the voting time, which is a lot cheaper.
Yeah. So the issue is that we have legislative requirements with respect to timeframes. So council has to make a decision on what they're doing with the voting system by the 12th of September of this year. September this year. So if we're going to change, if a council resolves to change the system, it needs to be decided before 12th of September this year. If we, for instance, decided just to stay with FPP, we could potentially do a sort of a poll later on, but that would mean that we would be bound to have FPP for the 2022 elections. Is that right, Dale?
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
But next year we could look at the whole suite of issues, including this one? We can? The electoral system?
Yeah, we could do it for the 2025 elections. So it would come into effect, if we did something similar like that, we could do it for the 2025 elections, depending on what the decision today is.
Because Dale said that 2018, we could do a full review of the electoral system. Did you say that?
You could look at your electoral system every 3 years, which is what we're doing now. However, if you change, you can't review that decision for 6 years.
Okay. So if we, so it'd be another 3 years otherwise.
Correct. You can retain FPP now and review it in 3 years' time, and in between you can do a lot of research, etc. But if you move to STV now and there's no poll, then you must use STV for the next 2 triennial elections as a minimum.
Okay, no, thank you, I've understood that. This conflict of interest one is interesting to me because we do our level best to avoid it in all other matters. So just, I don't know who can answer this. Janine, you might be able to. So who else could, should, would, whichever word you want to apply there, make such a decision for councils?
Do you want me to answer that? I mean, I guess ideally it would be a very well-informed public. So that is what we had with the MMP referendum, because the Electoral Commission ran a substantial campaign to ensure that people were informed as well as they could be before they made their decision. I think the challenge that this electoral option presents to councils is that it's the councils that bear the cost of that, rather than having, again, simply a national debate about this, with the Electoral Commission playing a similar kind of role. So I guess, you're being asked now to either make the decision yourself or to put it to a poll and to try and find ways to ensure that you have an informed public who can engage in that poll.
Okay, thank you. And in that discussion around, I think Ryan suggested first past the post for candidates and STV for mayors, but that can't happen. But if the mayor it must have 50% of the vote, and someone rightly pointed out that the overall voting return was far less than 50%, like with first past the post last time it was 38 or 30 something, Dale. But yeah, so only the mayor was voted. Myself and previous mayors were voted on as little as 37% of Hamiltonian of the vote of those who voted, and you've got to get to 50%. So I presume that in that scenario it would be a combination of first rankings and second or third rankings that were redistributed that would be required to get you to 50%, given that we haven't got huge engagement of the public at the moment. Right. So anybody out there with aspirations would be looking to persuade the public to tick 1, 2 or 3 or some of the top ranks to get them up to the 50%. Okay, cool. I think that's fine.
Can I just say one thing? I just wanted to, if you don't mind, clarify with Dale. My understanding was that a public poll committed the council to 2 elections, but a council decision only committed them to 1, no matter what they did. But maybe somebody else can clarify that.
If the same electoral system continues, it can be reviewed every 3 years. That's what the Act says. If council changes the electoral system from that what operated last election, then that changed electoral system must be in place for 2 triennial elections. And similarly, if there's a poll, the outcome of that poll, I mean, Hamilton's had 2 polls now, 2006 and 2013, and that outcome must apply for 2 triennials.
So, and I'm looking at the report on page 37, in that chart. It does say that this can be reversed after the first election by resolution of the council or a poll of electors. So if we vote for STV today, the public can't call for a poll at this point, but they can after the first election at which it's been used. Is that how I read that?
So there is just...
No, still must run for 2 triennial elections.
Well, it says after the first subsequent election in your page. That's what is confusing me here.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering. It's absolutely true that a public poll holds for 2 elections, but my understanding was that a council decision only held for 1.
So I can clarify. I did seek some legal advice on this from Motha around the point that you're making, Paula. So Janine's right. So if you can actually reverse the decision after the first electoral system, if council resolves to change it, it's just a poll that binds you. So if a poll is done, it binds you.
And the poll would the poll be in the same situation? Does the poll happen after the first election?
Yes.
So if we make the decision today, STV,
yes,
the public can't come in with a poll and say no. they have to wait until after the next election to poll and say it didn't work.
The public can still demand a poll, whichever way we go. So they can demand a poll if we choose.
At any time?
Yes, at any time.
Okay, I don't think the wording in that box is particularly clear around
Okay.
that. Or at least I read it wrong anyway. Okay, thank you. People on Zoom, we are going to take a break goods till 1:45, so that will give you hopefully time to go and get a coffee and come back and join us. We love for the presenters to come back and join us as well and hear the debate and be a hand. Yeah, but I think we do need to have a quick stretch. So thank you. We adjourn till 1:45. technical, legal requirements to sort out, and staff are talking with Ewan about, there's he there. So we're just talking with Ewan about that, which we'll clarify in a minute. There is one small area of difference between of opinion between legal staff and some of the presenters, which I'll ask Mothler to talk to, and it relates to the ability to, if we vote for STV today, it relates to the ability to change, for a new council to change back within for the next cycle of election, as opposed to doing 2 cycles of election, which I think, Dale, is what you said. Yeah, right.
That's my view.
That's Dale's view, and Mothler, you have a slightly different interpretation of the law. We possibly can't resolve it today, and it's not necessarily pivotal, but we have these 2 points of view to iron out. Mothler.
Yeah, that's right. I guess a quick summary is one view is that if you resolve to change it at this stage, then that's locked in for the next 2 elections, and a future council can't make a different decision before those next 2 elections are up. And my view is that the legislation doesn't bind future councils, so there would be an ability to make a resolution before those 2 next elections are up to change the voting system again. So I don't think it's something we can resolve in the next few minutes. I'm happy to do a bit more research and see if we can resolve this, but I'll leave it to decision makers to decide whether you feel comfortable making a decision on this with that technical point not yet clarified.
Okay, thank you. Does everybody understand that? Okay, so we have.
Sorry, you're cutting out uncertainty.
Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't get the second part of it. Didn't quite understand that. Could you just say it again for me?
Of course. So, so one reading of the law is that if you make a resolution now to change the voting system, that's in place for the next 2 elections, and there's no going back.
Right.
My view is that the law would allow council, before those 2 next elections are through, to make a different resolution to change it again.
Right.
So we're still ironing out, I guess, what the final view is under legislation, what council's powers are.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that we can resolve that in the next couple of minutes. So,
Okay, that's clearer.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Thanks, Richard.
Okay, so we'll get the recommendations and amendments up, and then we can get into debate when we've had them clearly explained. And I think Ewan is working on something which is a recommendation which brings information back to a... So he's going to ask for staff to bring back a report on that question of wider review. Okay, so can we have the...
Is that an amendment or a separate motion?
So my understanding is
we're
that...
just waiting on that, to be honest.
So Councillor Wilson may like to clarify, but my understanding is, or my suggestion is that if Councillor Wilson is wanting information around a representation review or a future representation review, that staff bring that information back to a briefing, and then subsequent to that we can then bring a further report to council for council consideration once information is received. Sorry.
Today, that's not an amendment to this, that's an additional motion.
Additional motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Pardon? It's a motion on a different topic in one respect. It's a motion on the split ward versus whole ward. Now, I did allow that questioning because Councillor Wilson quite rightly made linkages between STV and the impact of on STV. Yeah, so I thought it was really reasonable for that, but he'd like to talk about the other issue. We have a new council. He's putting up another motion. I will second it for debate.
Yes, Paul, if I may speak.
Staff action. well, he's going to move that the staff do some action. Same thing. Okay, well, let's get them up. Okay, and Councillor Wilson will be able to tell you what he's aiming to do in a minute. Have we got everything up there now? Cool, thank you.
Yeah, Paula, I'm comfortable. I think if with your leave, I just want to explain. I had put forward a motion/amendment, and I've now been advised by governance that that would be out of scope. My motion had been basically A and B with a C, and the C was to simply require us to go out and consult regarding a move to city at large. The advice I've received from governance that that motion would be out of scope, but that at this meeting I could raise the question that staff would at least undertake to give us a briefing at some stage about moving whichever electoral system we choose to implement today, about moving to city at large. That's what I understand I've been instructed. So that my claims motion/amendment wouldn't be allowed because it was out of scope. And I'm comfortable with that and that ruling. That was what I was trying to work on.
Thank you. And the reason for that being is that we've had no background information or chance to discuss that in the same way that we have to STV. And there'll be people here who haven't had a chance to delve into the pros and cons of the at-large ward. But since I feel that it's a fair request to at least have the discussion, I'm seconding that. We're just going to put it as an action, actually. We don't even need to formally do it. We'll note it as an action, and it will occur to come back to a briefing through staff, and then if at any stage it goes to a subsequent meeting for decision, that so be it. Is that all right, Ewan?
Yeah, look, Paula, thank you for your help. I'm really comfortable with that.
Okay, so that's what that is, and now we're looking at the motion and the amendment, and we'll do our usual system of speaking to both rather than speaking to one and then the other. We'll put the amendment first, and then we'll go to the motion. I'll be reasonably generous with the time in this one issue, yeah. So we'll talk to them first. So as the mover of the motion, Councillor O'Leary.
Madam Chair, can I just check the process? Sorry. We're going to speak to both together.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, which is what we often do in these situations. But Councillor O'Leary gets to speak as the mover.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. I'll be fairly brief. Look, one of the things that has frustrated me over the many years I've sat around this table is the feedback that we get when we go out and we engage or we do surveys and we want to make a decision, and people say council doesn't listen. And that's not just this council, that's something that came out of... Who's eating? That's really annoying. Sorry, can you stop the time? Is it muted? Yeah, thanks. That came out...
I actually can't see anybody eating. Is there anybody on Zoom who...
Are they all muted?
Are you all muted?
Good. I hope it's good. That came out of, I can't remember who did it, but a national survey as well. So it's just one of those frustrating things that the public often has with a council. We ask for an opinion, then we go, yeah, nah. We've heard over the years, certainly I have sitting around this table, I don't know if this was my third review of this or fourth, many times that explaining the two systems of STV and FPP is confusing. But this time was different. Because of that challenge, our staff did a fantastic job, and they're the ones that deserve the praise here. Decided to make it very, very simple. And one of the nuances that made it quite different, I think, and I went through the process, I didn't give my feedback, was that you had to go through that short video that had the facts that wasn't biased either way before you gave your feedback. So you were actually armed with the right information that was clear and easy to understand in a digestible way. So I think that's a major difference, and the General Manager, Sean, can be very, very happy with the team that did the work on that, and as well as Becca's team. As one of the speakers this morning rightly noticed, we wouldn't be able to achieve that with a poll, because the poll will go out with our voting papers. Voting's not online yet, much to my dismay and disgust. So we'd be back to paper, and it's hard to show a video on a piece of paper. There'd be a link asking people to go to a website. It just wouldn't work, and we would be back to having people uninformed about a decision. We're starting a journey on our long-term plan, and I haven't got the words quite right, but we're saying you spoke, we listened. We asked, you said. So let's do that this time as well. Now, you're going to hear in some of the following debates that the feedback's too low to be relevant. But this is what we get. In our annual plan, I think we got 129 submissions. And we were happy with that, we were comfortable with that. You might also hear that there's no evidence that STV does in fact result in a more diverse council, but we heard from Professor Haywood that it results in a higher number of women. And I know, sitting around this table with my fourth council, that the diversity of youth and gender and ethnicity this time round has improved our culture, and I'm very, very happy and proud to be part of this council. We also heard from Professor Kurian that it's more democratic. Surely we want to represent our people. But I think the quote of the day was from Robert Moore from our submissions this morning, and I say this with much love to all of my colleagues who will vote on either side of this, when he said, and I'm slightly changing the MMP to STV, want a good reason to vote for STV, look at the people telling you not to. Thank you.
As mover of the amendment, and then we'll go into just wider discussion.
Mayor Southgate, yes, my amendment is to make this decision via a citywide poll. I applaud those who participated in the council's recent online survey. It's great to see that sort of passion and involvement, and I acknowledge those who submitted today. But forgive me if I don't regard that as a mandate across the whole city. It was not a scientific study, despite the way it has been presented in some places. And these were very motivated residents with a strong view on what the electoral system should be. They've made their views, and good on them, made their views clear. But that doesn't mean the city's other 100,000 odd adults don't have opinions too, and I'm interested in those ones as well. The diversity issue, which Angela's just touched on, gets pushed very hard, of course, and that's fine, as it should be. But there's an ugly undercurrent that pops out every so often. The comment from one submitted today about old white men speaks volumes, of course, the old white male privilege argument. And what I would say to that is, I'm a white man in my 50s. Don't presume to know me. You haven't walked in my shoes. You have no idea about what challenges I had to overcome to be here, or what sacrifices I made. You might be surprised. You really don't know anything about me. You don't know what experiences I've been exposed to and what shapes my thinking. So it's very easy to make assumptions, and I would urge you not to fall into that trap of glibly marginalising one group of society. Is that not the one prejudice that we've been trying to get away from? You're doing yourself no credit with that. I think there's one thing for sure. Despite the passionate arguments by submitters today, there's no guarantees. We've already heard today that the Mayor of Dunedin, elected under STV, wasn't even the most people's first choice. I note that Tauranga City Council was elected under STV. The calibre of behaviour of some of those councillors recently isn't the most wonderful advertisement for the system. Waikato DHB was elected under STV, and we all know how that ended. So let's not be lulled into thinking it's some kind of nirvana. This is a major decision, as Daphne Bell, one of our submitters, said. So let's not leave it to a group of well-organised, articulate people with very strong views to make it for us. It's not a decision for those who speak the loudest. And please don't be so arrogant to underestimate the public's ability to make a decision in a poll. I've heard an argument today that our electors are sophisticated so they can handle STV, but they're not sophisticated enough to handle a poll, apparently. So which is it? What I'm hearing today from at least one submitter is that the public really can't be trusted to cast the right vote in a referendum. That's along the lines of the we know better argument, and that's appalling arrogance. If a majority of Hamilton residents want STV, I'm more than happy to go with it and embrace it. So I favour a poll. I'd be happy for a poll in coming months, actually, but the cheaper option is to do it at the end of the triennium. If the proponents of STV around this table are so confident that they have the widespread support, as they appear to be, then I'm sure they have no fears about us conducting a citywide poll. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move into discussion. Anybody want to discuss? Go for it. Councillor Pascoe. That's right, debate. That's what I meant. Sorry.
Thank you. Look, I'm a little concerned that the language used in the wording or phrase wasted votes in our recent community engagement to present the case for STV and FPP may have swayed the poll in favour of STV. As we've learned today, a wasted vote does not mean an invalid vote, and therefore how could any democratic and valid vote ever be a wasted vote? I share with Deputy Mayor Jeff the argument that's previously been presented to us that we should get a better council under STV, and I think that's debatable. I currently sympathise, as he does, with Tauranga residents, as the infighting and adverse publicity currently is undoing not only the reputation of that city, but also the reputation of individual councillors. Irrespective of the decision today, I support a poll at the 2022 elections from voters as to the voting preference going forward. And there are good reasons to support a referendum of this type. National politics now has a government decided by MMP. This was not a political decision, but one decided by voter referendum before it was implemented in the 1990s. And I think that overcomes any concern as to any conflicts of interest that this group might have as to whether we prefer one or the other. Recently, voters in the national elections had the opportunity by referendum to decide whether to continue or overturn their method of election. Hamilton City has had a recent lesson on major decisions without widespread support. If you cast your minds back to 2013, when the then council decided, after extensive review and consultation, or thought, to remove the chemical fluoride from the water supply. A subsequent referendum alongside the 2013 elections gave council a clear direction that their earlier decision was wrong. My support today for the referendum or poll to coincide with the 2022 elections, I believe is the most effective and most cost-effective way to do this. But if the residents disagree, then they can put a poll to council with 5,135 votes to consider if an alternative earlier option is desired.
Councillor Thompson.
Today we have an opportunity to strengthen democracy. We have the opportunity to choose a system which better represents the preferences of our voters. For me, this isn't about the outcome of who gets voted in. It's not about whether it's diverse, whether we have women, men, or different ethnicities. It's actually about giving voters genuine choice and making them feel that their vote has been counted. I don't know how many times I've felt frustrated as a voter, that I've felt I couldn't vote for the person that was my first choice because they weren't the top two mainstream candidates, and it felt as though if I voted for them, I wouldn't be really having a say in who ended up succeeding as the top candidate. And so our voters are often forced to vote strategically, which means voting for someone who isn't their top preference, but is maybe for them the less of two evils, or, you know, the better other choice. In this case, with STV, the strongest argument for it, in my opinion, is that you can vote for the person that you want to vote for. You have freedom to vote for who you want to vote for, and for me, that is democracy. There's arguments for going for a poll. But we've heard today that really there is no good choice here. There's flaws in both us making a decision today on our electoral system, but also for going for a referendum. We've had people given the opportunity to give their say, and they were able to be fully informed in giving that say. And so I think today we have an opportunity as elected members to actually make our own decision on this, taking into account the evidence which shows that STV is a better system, taking into account the public consultation, and then taking into account our own values. We've been delegated as elected members to make decisions on behalf of the community. The legislation allows us to make this decision, and I think that you know, today is an opportunity which we shouldn't miss. If we move to a poll, then it is more likely to favour the status quo, because we're just simply entrenching what is already in place today. So I encourage members to seriously consider voting for STV today.
Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you, Worship. Look, I'll keep it brief. I've listened intently to the contributions from both sides of the debate, and at the end of the day, I'll gladly accept whatever decision we make collectively as a council. I have a personal view, but in this regard, something as significant as determining the electoral system, which is the core, comes at the core of our democracy, and it includes and covers off diversity of candidacy and representation. And the representation of women's rights and women and women's right to vote. I leave this decision to our community. In this regard, my personal decision is outweighed by the decision I think that our community need to collectively make. The weight of this decision lives with each and every person. I believe that our community consciousness has been raised significantly in recent times, especially post-COVID. Our communities are much more aware of the plights of others. They're much more aware of the influence that they have as people. And I certainly don't believe that giving the opportunity for our electors, for our people, to have a say in this is going to be detrimental. I think it's their right that they have the ability to connect with council, to be included, and to have a direct voice to council. So I'm definitely going to be supporting the amendment today.
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you very much. I will be and am seconding the original motion, and thank Angela for raising it. We've heard from submitters today, and we know that STV is not new to us. As Hamiltonians, we've used it in the past for our DHB, and we do have a sense of sophistication around the way that we vote. And I value being a voter. I value the responsibilities that brings. And I also want to see the growth of that voting responsibility across our local body elections. When I've talked to people in the past, when I've been door knocking and have been out in the public, a lot of the young people today talk about not seeing themselves in there, not being able to clearly see their influence in decision-making that happens and the outcomes. And that bothers me, and that's what often stops them from being involved in the process. So anything that can create more confidence gets my vote. And we've heard today from our professionals, from the good research, that having a wider number of candidates, a more diverse frame of candidates, that they can see themselves, voters can see themselves in those faces, that gets people's confidence. That's what gets them, and that's what will increase the level of participation and the numbers voting in those elections. And that's what gives me confidence that we can change the system, that STV has the ability, the mechanisms that will see that change happening. Ryan brought up a point earlier today that we've seen some of that already happen under an FPP situation. And yes, that is right. We look around the chamber today and we can see women, we can see youth, we can see colour, and that didn't happen by accident, and that it can still happen under an FPP election. But my plea to you is let's not leave that to chance in 2022 and 2025. Robert Moore talked about that we shouldn't take it for granted that we will get the same result again, and I believe that that's absolutely correct. Our community benefits from choices, and STV helps to give us those choices. And so I would implore you to also support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Oosten. Councillor Bunting.
Well, last bit, right, okay, all right. Thank you. Look, first of all, I want to thank everybody for their passion and their well-reasoned arguments today. I want to support STV in my heart, and let me put that out there first and foremost. And I look forward to the day where I can. We've had a very strong indication from a very well-organised poll or survey or whatever we want to call it. But to me, this is a decision for the community, just as I argued the Māngai Māori decision was a decision for the community. Let me get into that. There are those who say, get on with it, let's just do it. And I've found, in my experience, that those who say, just get on with it, make a decision, you're there to make a decision, are the very ones who have been lobbying for an STV for a long time, and the winning post is in sight. I understand that, but I also appreciate they're far more cognizant with how it works than the general population. I understand first past the post, and I'll put it out there, it's worked pretty well for me this time round. You know, I top polled in the east, and it worked well. So therein lies the problem. It puts me in the invidious and unenviable position of looking biased. Should I vote for first past the post, it leaves my integrity exposed, and that, to me, is not right. I firmly believe, and continue to believe, that the electoral system, the ward system, and everything to do with it should not be decided by a bunch of elected members. I said the same about Māngai Māori. I trust the community to make this. I trusted the community then to make the decision that we ended up making, but I trusted them because it is theirs to make. This is the one decision I believe that electors should make. Why? Because they're the only ones who actually aren't conflicted. What are we afraid of by going public? What are we afraid of by going public? To those who say this is indecisive, mate, I make decisions on roads, community assets, crazy policies. I make the decision on statues. I make the decisions on all those things I'm charged with making. But the voters have to make this one, in my mind. Personally, I would have preferred a standalone poll. But when I floated it, people came out and said that's too expensive. So hence my support of this one going to the referendum, because it's got a 25k price tag as opposed to 180. Personally, I would prefer STV, and I support it. There, I've said it. I also firmly believe the community will support it. So let's give them the chance. What are we afraid of? Personally, I support one ward at large. But again, let's give the voters the right to decide. This is the stuff they decide, not us. This motion is binding, and it gives the community, gets the community to do it. You don't get a lot fairer than that. If we're so confident in this decision, it's a no-brainer. Put it back to the community. What are we afraid of? I get the frustration. But one survey that goes our way, or your way, is not a democratic decision. It's a great indicator, and it's reflected in the community vote, then great stuff. But surveys are surveys, polls are polls, and polls change. Ask Hillary Clinton. I went on Facebook last night and I asked, what are your thoughts? And the results were very, very strongly in favour of STV. But again, that was just a poll. And I looked at the other councillors' pages and they were getting the same results from the same people, exactly the same people. Professor Kurian said that a referendum may be more democratic. She also said that a poll shows great engagement, but it's not statistically significant enough to base such a decision on ourselves. Russell Armitage talked about disillusionment and despondency in First Past the Post. We've been under MMP for many, many elections now, and I can promise you there is despondency and there will be despondency at the end of this one. Kelly Pike asked us to give more credit to the electorate. I do, and that's why I'm voting this way today. The principle remains, when it comes to a decision relating to their system of democracy, the decision remains with them. Councillor Van Oosten made the point that the electors are sophisticated. I agree, so let's ask them, what are we afraid of? Those who say I'm on the fence say it may look that way, but sometimes you get the best view from the top of the fence. You're not blinded by the fence. The main flaw with the elections is that, and I'll be brief, I'm just about rounding up.
You have your running out.
Thank you.
Finish your...
The main flaw with elections is that people are voting on what they promise. People are voting on what colour a person's skin is, what party they represent, what paddle they hold up in a yes-no poll, or whether they're male, pale, stale, green, lean, clean or mean. It should be, can they do the job? Can they represent my views and can they do the job? But, there's no system that is going to haul that out. So finally, and boy, you're missing some great stuff in here. This one, I'm afraid to say, is not our decision, I believe. It's not the staff's decision. It's not the comms department's decision. It's the community's decision. What are we afraid of?
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. At the start of his speech just now, my good friend Councillor Bunty said, I look forward to the day when I can support STV. I have news for you, Councillor Bunty. Today is that day. Look, no electoral system is perfect, and I certainly don't pretend that STV is perfect. In fact, Rob talked about STV throwing up Mavericks and Tauranga. I think there's some better examples of what First Past the Post, the sort of Mavericks have thrown up. Look at the 3 people who've been forced to resign from Parliament now. Every single one of them was elected under FPP to electorates in Parliament, and look at what they got up to. Or in fact, don't look too closely in some cases. Look, I have always preferred proportional representation, and the title of that says why I prefer it. The representation is in proportion to the support the voting community gives that. STV is a form of proportional representation. I think it is more likely, and note my caveat at the start, nothing's perfect, but it's more likely to deliver results that are in proportion to your whole community that you represent, as opposed to the winner-takes-all result that First Past the Post delivers. And there is no example more graphic in terms of that than the 2016 mayoral elections here, where the winner got 26.57% of the vote. That's all. The second place candidate, who has now been elevated to the chair over there, got 26.56%, 0.01% less of the vote. But did either of them get anywhere near a majority? No. They got about a quarter of the votes each. 47.27% of the vote didn't count in that race-off between Andrew and Paula. And that's the sort of situation that First Past the Post nearly always throws up. It's very rare in central government or local government under First Past the Post for the winner to get a majority. So sure, Paula may not have been everyone's first choice in 2016, but one could safely assume that she would have been some of the other candidates' second choices, the supporters of the other candidates' second choices or third choices. I'm not saying that she would have got over the 50%, but at the end of the day, when you examined the second and third choices, if we'd had that opportunity then, one or other of those two would have got over 50%. And that's how STV works in those situations. Diversity isn't guaranteed by STV, but you do have a better opportunity for getting there. Some people have said this FPP council we've got out around here is nice and diverse. It is certainly more diverse than the last council and most of the others I've been on, maybe all of them. But when you examine it, and I think it was Jeff or someone objected to being lumped in with the old white men, there are 8, average age, 30, 31 in Hamilton, there are 8 old white men older than that around this table. If you actually took the proportion of the population, it would be only 4 of us, which 3 of us are going to volunteer to go. The women might be in about right proportion, but the men certainly aren't. We're not actually representing our community in terms of our diversity. We are in other ways, of course. But STV is going to give you a better chance of improving that situation long term, not necessarily in every election. I would prefer that we voted for something that gave us, or voted for a system that gave us a better chance. In terms of referendum, my last point, don't worry about A or B, which one guarantees a referendum more. Both of those, the motion and the amendment, specifically allow for referenda to be held. And in fact, referendum have been called by when we've voted on an electoral system in the past, in the early 2000s, the public demanded a referendum and it was held anyway. So that neither rule that out. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Some good debate and discussion all round. I'm personally leaning towards STV. I think it appears to be a more intuitive, humanistic voting choice. It gives a more nuanced and contextured and layered response from our community. I don't think the current system is broken, but I certainly do think it could be improved. I've got 2 texts today, and they're all going to be positive, however the stars may align. But I do take issue with the comment that referendums or polls tend to entrench the status quo. And MMP, when it went to the vote in 1993, there was a clear mandate from the people to change, and we're still operating that system 27 years later. So I don't think we should be afraid of going to the community and getting a clear mandate. So that'll be my first vote today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Naidu-Rove.
Thank you. I think that it's difficult to make an objective decision when we ourselves were elected by a system that has obviously worked for us, for our own personal gain to get us in these seats. So how do we remove ourselves to reach a decision that is not a self-serving one? So this decision being made by elected members, it does feel a bit uncomfortable. Then there's the option of a poll, which, as we've heard, comes with its own challenges. We've also heard that a poll will not be as statistically sound as a randomized sampling poll. So do we opt to spend more money for a separate poll? Is that the responsible thing to do in the current climate? Is it irresponsible if we choose to not run a separate poll? Then there's the low participation of different ethnic groups in particular in polls and in engagement in general, which does not give me much confidence in a poll reflecting the view of those groups. So just how robust will the results of a poll actually be? There are lots of questions, and I campaigned on bringing diversity to council, and if STV somehow encourages more diversity, then I'd be inclined to support such a change. So does that make this a self-serving decision? Then there's the engagement process. So how robust was our engagement process? Are we happy with about 1,000 responses, about 0.6% of our total city population? Were the responses from the loudest voices? It's obviously from the people who are most engaged with local government. The evidence shows STV having more advantages in terms of reflecting the voting preferences of the entire voting population. And I do want to thank Professor Priya Kurian for her statement and for the expertise she has brought to this topic and clarifying many of my own concerns. So like I said, there are many questions, and right now, I will trust my own experience, even though it is only short. But running as a candidate in the council election, for me, was by far one of the scariest and the bravest things I've ever done. Like many of you, I suspect. Making yourself vulnerable to the possibility of losing. I ran for lots of reasons, but like I said, one reason was to bring a different perspective from someone in a minority group. The thought of a young family losing thousands of dollars if I didn't win a seat, the stress of running a campaign while in a full-time job, juggling responsibilities, these are real barriers to anyone wanting to stand as a candidate. But it is more so to having more diverse candidates who think that they don't stand a chance against the dominant voting groups that exist. This isn't about marginalizing one group of people who are often elected. This is about giving everyone an equal opportunity to succeed. And yes, FPP is simpler to understand, majority wins, etc. But if STV can provide other candidates like myself with more confidence that more voter views can be captured, then I need to support the change to STV. If STV can encourage more people from diverse backgrounds to have a voice, to have more confidence, to be brave enough to have a go, and to have a fairer chance of success, then I say bring it on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Got Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. It will come as no surprise that to you that I'm supporting STV. I do believe that it is the better and fairer system across the board. I have to, however, acknowledge that this current council is a great reflection that first past the post can work, but I would argue that STV is a fairer system, and if you don't trust my thoughts, then the academics, I think, explained it pretty clearly. To those who say that we are conflicted on this issue and as such shouldn't make a decision and we should kick it to a poll, I would agree with you if in fact the very system doesn't entitle the public to trigger their own poll. It does. And in fact, some would argue that if the public are absolutely outraged or concerned, they will do so with passion. And I think it's a fair process that as us have been elected, having had all the information supplied, that we make a decision and send a clear message. And if those feel that we've made the wrong decision, again, they are entitled to trigger a poll, and that poll would bind us to a change of direction. I don't think any of us need to be scared of STV. If I look at some of the examples in the Waikato with the District Health Board, the common players who were elected prior to the introduction of STV secured their seats after STV. But what I do believe is that STV does open a broader range of potential candidates, and I think examples around the country confirms that. My final comment is the desire of mine to move to at large, and I know my suggested a motion / amendment was ruled out, but I do raise right now that for every one of you who are supporting STV on the basis of a fairer system, I ask you to remember the academic argument that was delivered here today that clearly said that at large gives the best reflection of all the positive attributes of STV. So I look forward to seeing each and every one of you who have supported STV here today, because it's fairer, to support at large, to give all Hamiltonians a vote for who they want as their representative. So again, I'll be supporting the move to STV and look forward to the chance of having our voters vote at large that may come along before the next election. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Gallagher.
I can't be as eloquent as some of the previous speakers. I think have spoken on both sides very well. I will make an observation that both the motion and the amendment have a trigger and acknowledge the legal trigger for a referendum to be triggered by a very, very small percentage of the electors, if in fact that small percentage of electors feel that we have got this decision wrong. Obviously the amendment means that STV will not come for another 5 long years. Over my years, and I'll just very quickly make the point, there was some reference to the dysfunction of Tauranga. Let me assure you, I've been on a council that has been just as dysfunctional as Tauranga years and years ago, and even previously. I think Dave Mack and Angela will probably share your stories. I don't think FPP or STV is a silver bullet, whether you have a functional or dysfunctional council. I've actually stood under a STV system, I've stood under MMP, and I've stood under first past the post. If you're half good, even my children apparently tell me, and I don't agree with this, that I'm looking more like the older grey man or something, and I find that hard to see because I haven't looked in the mirror for the last 10 years. But if you're half good, trust me, if you're half good, you know, you get through, because obviously this is about a contest of ideas, it's a contest of backgrounds, it's a contest of life experiences. But can I just reflect a little bit on our children and the world that they are growing up, and particularly our daughters. I obviously, of course, want to see a system where they have excellent opportunity to stand if they so choose, along with our son. Over time, I think STV does give you a council that is more representative of the composition of your population. It also gives you a better chance actually to have a variety of ideas and philosophies around the table, which is again more reflective of your diverse community. FPP, sadly, in my view, is a system where it's kind of a winner takes all, whereas true democracy is putting a range of views, a range of life experiences and backgrounds around the table, and that's why I personally support STV, because I think it gives us a better chance to do that. The final observation I will make, and that is the important, crucial task of the mayor, the leader of this major diverse city, and it is many, many years since we've had a mayor and a leader who has had a mandate of 50%. And over the last 3 or 4 elections, basically I think the successful mayoral candidate has roughly got into the 30s. And the issue to me is I think it's far more democratic that ultimately you know that the leader of your city, the executive mayor, is roughly, instead of being the first and only choice of 33% of the population and 66% of your population voted for someone else, that's not democracy. That's not a mandate. But with STV, you roughly have a situation where at least you know the mayor and leader has been elected is either the first or roughly the second choice of at least 51% of your population. That is a far more democratic process. Also, there is no disincentive to have a wide contest. So it means, oh, I can't stand because I'm going to take votes away from that person. So I welcome many candidates as possible because ultimately, you know, the winner has got the mandate, whether they're the first or second choice, roughly. So I think that is a much more satisfactory outcome. So I will be supporting STV because diversity comes in many forms, as I said, and I think democracy is about diversity and having a range of backgrounds, a range of experiences, a range of views around the table. I think STV delivers that in a better way.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. So I'll take my turn. I'm actually not going to repeat some of the points that have already been well made. This came down to me about fairness over simplicity. So I am going to vote for the motion. I've been leaning towards the STV, but I've never campaigned on it or promoted it in any way, but I've been leaning towards it for some time, and today's debate has actually just cemented that position for me. Because I do believe that it is the fairer option, and I don't want to necessarily put the community at much greater cost of going through the exercise all over again. I'm quite pleased with the engagement levels. We often make decisions with much less public engagement than that, so this showed that people were actually quite well engaged. But I'll tell you what is ridiculous in deciding a future of an elected member is when it's decided on the toss of a dice. So imagine that. And that actually, forget how close it was between myself and Mayor King, which was 6 votes. That was, they were equal, and it was decided, and it happened this term of politics. So there's a couple of people out there who were decided on their positions by a roll of the dice. I'd never like to be elected by that. It doesn't give you a sense that the community are behind you. It's just a lucky roll, in my view. I believe that STV will give us a pool of elected representatives that were at least supported by the wider public. Whether they were their first, second or third choice, you're going to get a wider pool, and I do believe that will be helpful. We're quite lucky, actually, in terms, and I say this with mixed feelings, we're lucky about the diversity of this council. Look, we have 5 women, 5 men. And I tell you what, there aren't very many places around the country that have that. Yeah. Huh?
There's a couple of missing.
Oh.
We're very diverse.
Yeah. You get my point. As far as councils around this country, we're hugely diverse. Do you believe it or not, there are some councils out there who have no women representatives voted on, which is, so we've done quite well. But we're not there yet. We haven't got a council that truly represents either in age or diversity the whole population, and I welcome the opportunity to consider how we can do something about that, because I don't think STV on its own will deliver that, but it will provide more opportunity. We have to do more to attract a range of candidates. We need to do some things about other barriers to running, such as the considerable cost. And I am very lucky that I had support. I'm very lucky that within my family I found the means to fund a very expensive election campaign to be here today. But I know that's out of the reach of many, many capable people. And so, you know, look, we need to get this piece of work done and focus on the bigger picture. Everyone has already mentioned the really good point that a poll can be called for. So if the public feel that we've really not landed this one correctly, I look forward to them asking us to rethink through a poll. So that is why I'm supporting STV. Right of reply, Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. Look, there has been some excellent debate points made. I'm not going to go over all of them. I do want to particularly acknowledge Councillor Gallagher and Councillor McPherson, who in my time on this council have always been the champions of STV and have put forward their arguments. So if you hang around long enough, I'm counting up the numbers through the debate. I think we've got this one over the line. Look, I did want to respond to just a couple of things. A couple of councillors made the comments around that they wanted to leave the decision to the community. We did that, and we do that often. We survey, we engage, we do our annual plans, we do LTPs, and apart from my exceptional portfolio of rubbish, where we got, 3,100 and something submissions, you know, it's common for us to get a couple of hundred submissions on sometimes decisions that are worth millions and millions of dollars. That's just standard. You know, the city of 170,000 people are really busy. Most of them couldn't name the mayor, let alone a councillor. That's just normal. That's human behaviour. So we should not say we need to listen to the community on this. We did. The community of nearly 1,000 people responded, took the time out of their busy lives and their days to respond. So I just wanted to make the comment there. And Councillor Thompson said quite rightly, look, this is about democracy, and it's about what's doing the right thing. We went out there, we asked a question, we got an answer. Let's listen. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the good debate. We will move to the amendment. Vote on the amendment first, please.
The amendment is lost. 5-4, 8 against. Councillor Wilson was against voting via audio-visual link, and Councillor Forsyth and Hamilton were for voting via audio-visual link.
What does that make it?
The amendment's lost. Now we go to
The amendment is lost, and now we will go to the substantive motion. Huh?
The motion is carried, 11-4, 2 against. Councillor Wilson and Councillor Hamilton voting via audio link were for, and Councillor Forsyth voted against.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Yes, we're going to break for lunch. We will be back at 10 to 2. I may be a few minutes late. What's that?
Good work, Paula.
Yeah.
Very well managed.
I've got to go to a function just across the Novotel briefly. So I was going
We will, you have a better looking mayor now, better looking chair. Let's,
Grey man have made a comeback. Very good.
You should.
Pleased to see it, Mr Deputy.
So going back to the
yeah, so that's right. So we're bringing STV back to the table. Okay, so folks, we are on item 5.
Did you raise the chair?
Lower the microphone a bit. Right, item 5, confirmation of the council open minutes, 25 June. I'll second. Okay, thank you, Ewan. Second. Those in favour, aye. Those against, carried. Item 6, confirmation of the elected member briefing notes from June 17th. I'll move. Ewan seconds. Those in favour, aye. Against, cool. All right, we'll give the chair's report a miss until Paula gets back. We'll go to item 8, which is the update on the long-term plan and community engagement, which is on page... Thank you. And, sorry? Oh, cool. Now, Sean, do you want to speak to this, or
Julie Embry is actually on Zoom. She's going to present the report, but I'll answer questions as well, if there are any.
All right. Hi, Julie. You've got anything you want to say to introduce it?
Indeed, I do. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today about Te Anamata o Kirikiriroa, Hamilton's 2021 to 31 long-term plan. For those of you who have not had the pleasure of meeting yet, my name is Julie Embry. I'm the Corporate Planning Manager and Project Lead for Te Anamata, the long-term plan. The report you have contains a detailed approach for enabling the delivery of Te Anamata and covers off key components of the process. That's what I'm going to step you through briefly now. Building an understanding of what is important to the community has been the first step in our process. We've been on this journey since this time last year with phases 1 and 2 of engagement, Your Neighbourhood and Shape Your Future City, providing us with the insight we need to embark on phase 3 and beyond, which I'll talk about a bit more in a moment. We spent some time seeking to understand the external challenges that may face us over the next 10 years or so, some of which were detailed in the Future Insights report presented to us in March. This information has also helped staff think about the activity or asset management plans, which detail our current infrastructure, facilities and services, and what we have planned for the future to deliver on our priorities. Identifying priorities for our long-term plan is a step in the process you'll be currently familiar with. This will set intention and direction for Te Anamata and inform phase 3 of the engagement during October and November, at which point we'll share our vision and priorities for the next 10 years and lay the foundation for phase 4 of engagement during March and April next year. Activity or asset management plans and other strategies, programs and plans are a critical part of planning for the delivery of priorities. Your current engagement and state of activities conversations are a valuable part of this, and staff appreciate the input you're having and the direction you're providing. The development of baseline activity or asset management plans helps build the budget, which is the next critical step in the process, or milestone really. LTP Council meetings to consider budget options will occur in late November, early December. There will be 5 information sessions ahead of these meetings to ensure we are all well prepared. As already mentioned, consultation with the community, which is phase 4 of engagement, is scheduled for March and April next year. This will build on the first 3 phases of engagement and conversations we've already had with iwi, hapu and matawaka. This consultation, guided by our priorities, will set community feedback on projects and budget for the next 10 years. Final deliberations to determine programs and budgets are scheduled for 18 to 21 May 2021. followed by adoption of the LTP and related policies in June. To reiterate, the next critical milestone occurs in November and December when you meet to consider budget options. Staff are following a detailed process and working very hard to enable this. There will also be several opportunities for you to engage with staff as we approach this critical point, which you'll find detailed in attachment 2. The project team looks forward to continuing to work with you as we enable the delivery of Te Ana Mata, and in doing so, contribute to the wellbeing of our community. Thank you. I'm happy to take the report as read and recommend that the Council receives the report and notes that the content of this report satisfies the requirement to deliver a long-term plan programme for adoption by the Council for the 2021 to 31 period.
Thank you, Julie. We'll go to questions, and I've just got one just before we get there. The state of activities information that we've got and that where councillors are participating in, how much longer have we got to make use of that before there's a cut-off date?
I'll let Sean answer that.
And how are we going with it, Sean?
Yeah, so we had, I think we'd originally set a cut-off point of 31st of July, and we've extended that out to the end of this week. There's a session, there's a wrap-up session where we're actually physically meeting to go through some of the feedback on that. Having said that, though, I guess the most important thing is that we do get the right level of input from elected members. So if you haven't taken the opportunity to sort of ask your questions or have your input into that, we will find some way to make sure that we do get your views represented. But yeah, the tomorrow, end of tomorrow, is when we've kind of set the deadline for that.
I was going to say, if you could extend it to Sunday, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Just on that, sorry to jump ahead, but what's the harm in just keeping it live?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really good point, Councillor Bunting. I think we do want that conversation to be ongoing. I think I guess the reason that we sort of had put a time frame on it was because the feedback that you give needs to be turned around into the activity management plan documents. So if we're continuing to get, so staff at some point need to go, actually, we've got enough information to be able to produce the AMPs for you to review. So that's really kind of why we had that line in the sand.
Okay, so you could keep it live, but just each points. We're taking the information from here.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, great. Thanks, Jeff. That's all I had.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Is in my diary there's something about a retreat. Is that still on or off, or about the long-term plan? There's an all-day session. Is that still happening, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, it is. I don't have the date to hand, but it's not far away.
Mr. Chair, sorry, acting mayor.
James can answer that.
James can respond to you behind you. Yeah.
Hi, sorry, I've never used this thing before. Yeah, it's on the 18th of August. We'll send out more details in due course.
So, because what I'm trying to feed out is obviously in my brain I've got the CBD stuff which your committee, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is doing, and you know there's a moving feast on that one. Obviously that feeds into the LTP. What is the opportunity with this so-called group session, closed, whatever we call it, in terms of, you know, individual members sort of sharing their particular vision of stuff that they would like in conversation? I'm just trying to work out, you know, about timelines.
Yeah. James, you might want to carry on with that one.
So at the moment, Mayor Paula is having introductory chats with each of the chairs and deputy chairs to just make sure they're sort of feeding into the priority, you know, the priorities for the long-term plan, and then that will give us a sort of baseline, if you like, going into that long-term plan retreat, where we can kind of take stock. Okay, these are the priorities that we've all discussed, and then kind of gradually sort of, you know, workshop it from there.
So I had the session, which is really good, as deputy chair, whatever, the other day. That's cool. As an individual member, I take it the retreat gives me the opportunity then to put on in front of colleagues the particular touch points. Obviously I've been talking about urban renewal, a whole lot of things that are significant to me. May not get the numbers, but I'm just working out where I work out if I've got the numbers to progress stuff.
I'm sure you can start to do that on that day, and I'm sure there'll be lots more.
It's not too late.
Oh, it's definitely not too late. There'll be lots more opportunities, including obviously in this chamber, where you'll be able to, put further things on the table and discuss them with your colleagues.
And then the other
Councillor
question.
Gallagher, can I also urge you to? You can also make use of the SharePoint thing, the state of activities thing, and get in early on that too.
Look, Amy and Carmen and Becca is very kind, because I believe in diversity, and we have a diversity of IT skills, so they are working. It's a work in progress for them, and they love it, and that'll be coming a part of their pay round negotiations. They'll be getting a loading for helping me.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Did you have another question, Martin?
That's cool. Look, the other thing is outside organisations, and I want to use, just bear with me, I'm going to use, I know that there's a group led by our former Mayor Margaret Evans, John Gallagher, around the potential options for Founders Theatre. And when, there are substantive proposals out there that need obviously to come to us sooner than later, I guess through to Becca, I'd be asking, what advice are we giving, if we're aware of some significant proposals out there, what advice do we give to those groups in terms of what are the ideal times, at least for them to feed in their initial points?
So with the founders, can I suggest you just tie-ho, because the chair's report,
all right,
that covers that ground.
There. Okay, no, that's fine, and I'll mention the munis and that. Okay, just final question for me. I notice obviously the languages. Now, of course, it's a given we use our 3 official languages. Tick that box, that's a given, no debate. We're now talking, obviously, Chinese Mandarin, I don't have a problem. We're aware of our diverse Pacifica communities and other groups, particularly from who hail originally from the Indian subcontinent. What other attempts are we making, probably with some of our older residents, at least to have some executive summary or some access to other languages? I'm totally supportive of what you're doing. I just wonder how we could realistically grow that, and I'm thinking more of older people for whom English is very much a second language.
Was that something?
Question for?
Did you want us to respond to that, Natalie?
Yeah, so thanks for that, Councillor Gallagher. I think that there's a range of things we will be doing throughout that formal consultation period, particularly working closely with our community development team to get out and have the right conversations in a way that suit our diverse people. So at this stage, we've mentioned in the report that the consultation document will have those translations, but I think it's a lot of face-to-face conversations as well that we'll be having with our different community groups. We want to make sure we're targeting the diverse groups across the city. So whether we're going to do, we have to, I guess, put a line in the sand somewhere with how many translations we do of a document, but a lot of it comes down to the conversations we'll have and making sure that it's all really easy to read and different types of summaries for different people.
Yeah, so an open mind around what I call an executive summary, that there may be, particularly I'm thinking of the HMS Trust and other organisations who may be able to assist and give advice. Yeah. I wouldn't you just want to stop at Chinese Mandarin, but yeah, just okay.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be a key priority for us to reach that. The diverse, reach the diversity of Hamilton, and making sure we're looking at the different, whether it's people with different ages, or those with disabilities, or those of different ethnic groups and stuff like that. We're going to be looking at and having a really clear plan in place to capture as many people as we can.
Thank you. No, that's good. Thank you.
Look, I just want to follow up on the question from Councillor Gallagher, and that's about the groups who are already approaching us and asking us at what point should they be delivering their views. And I can't see a place on these milestone dates. The immediate response is to go back to them and say, well, hang on, we're not ready yet. But I think if we've got dates set in place such as this, maybe we should be suggesting to these groups who are wanting to have their views at least tabled now, when would be the appropriate time to do that?
Yeah, well, the Founders has got its own particular process.
Yeah, no,
as
this
far as
isn't
I
the
know.
Founders.
Okay, just generally?
This is the museum group who emailed me during the week.
Okay.
But I would imagine that there are other groups around who are thinking the same. And the fact that we've gone out to market and said, hey, we're already starting on the long-term plan, they're reasonably enthusiastic to find out when the appropriate time slot is
Okay,
to
thanks,
feed that
Councillor Pascoe.
information in.
That's cool. We'll get staff to give us an answer on that.
Good afternoon, councillors. We would be strongly encouraging you to get people to start talking to us now. So if they have something, definitely bring it to us as soon as possible. Once we have the priorities in place, we'll be having an engagement with the community about what the direction, the vision for the city is. And as part of that engagement, we are looking to have lots of conversations with our different partners, particularly people like, friends of the museum, etc. So that will also prompt them to become involved and put forward their views. So the time frame for that is sort of October. October is sort of the critical time frame for that. We'd like to start that sort of September, October, with the view that then staff can pick those up, frame those up, and have it in front of councillors before your 10th of December deliberations on the budget.
So given that we're in August now and you're suggesting September, October, it wouldn't be a bad idea for them to start sending it into you now?
Definitely.
Yep, okay, thank you. Question answered.
Thanks, Councillor Pascoe. Councillor O'Leary.
My low confidence estimate is that I will not. You owe me a coffee now, remember? I had the challenge if I could say that today. My low confidence estimate of getting through the whole of SharePoint by Sunday is very low. So I only looked at it yesterday. Can we have a bit more time? Or did we has that been asked and answered?
Yeah, just ask it for. So I mean, the site's been available for a while, but as I said, we do want to make sure. I think the most important thing is not to be so rigid to timelines that we don't get meaningful input from elected members. So we do need to draw a line in the sand somewhere, and so that we can start developing those AMPs. If there are particular ones that, if you could at least flag which ones you might have a particular interest in, that would probably help. But we'll keep it live for as long as we possibly can, but we'll just need to iterate the development of those activity management plans.
Probably depends how well you've been listening to me go on for the last few years. Just a couple of questions on the timeline. Are we 100% confident? It looks to me on the face of it like there are more days around things. So are we really confident that we've put in, because I don't want to get there and be complaining that we feel rushed, and I know that the Mayor put out a statement saying she wants this to be the best process for LTP. So are you pretty confident on all of those dates? And more importantly, the decision-making days, that there's enough time?
Yes, although I guess I just would, there is a risk with slippage for those dates. The fact that we had, that COVID-19 caused the annual plan to be delayed by essentially a couple of months, it has sort of compressed our timeframes for the long-term plan a bit. So we do need to be pretty disciplined about trying to hit those dates and those milestones in there. But yes, I am confident that we can do that.
Just the 24th of June, I know that's one day to adopt the LTP. I know that that's always desirable, and the expectation is that in the last day we've chewed everything over and we won't need additional information. It'll be a box ticking exercise, but it never is. I'm wondering if we cannot find enough, even if they're just reserve days. I'd rather have reserve days in there than nothing.
Okay, that's good feedback.
Yeah, and then just the other one on the 23rd of February, that's to adopt the consultation document, but I'm assuming the process prior to that, because you know how we're all experts in comms and like to have a say on the consultation document. That's merely an adoption day. We will have plenty of opportunities to feed into that.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I mean, and so for perhaps for the benefit of those new councillors, is that when you adopt a draft budget in December, the process from there is that staff then turn the draft budget into a consultation document. So there's quite a bit of work to turn that around into a consultation document. And 3 years ago, we had a delegation of elected members who represented the council, so that the development of that document over the summer when it came back for adoption reflected the views of elected members as it was intended. So that process mostly worked well. And so that might be something that we do again this time.
Yeah, okay, so if you could take into consideration that 24th of June, adding an extra day, and, you know, I mean, it's just, if I think the pressure's on us to make decisions, it's even more on you guys to provide information and answers, so if we've got a buffer day, it'd be really good. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Leary. Councillor Thompson.
Strongly support having a backup day as well. Definitely not keen on like a 10 o'clock finish or something. Just a question for Natalie. In terms of engaging youth, what's kind of our plan of attack with that, including not just like your older youth, but also, say, school-aged kids and things?
So to be honest, at this stage we don't have a detailed plan yet, so that as soon as we get the overarching, I guess, engagement program timeline signed off today, adopted today, then we'll work into that detail. But I think there's a lot of exciting opportunities around there, around access into schools, for example, to get like kind of younger people talking about things. We have really strong relationships with the local schools around here, so getting information into school newsletters and trying to get into classrooms and things like that. I think that there's it's all about, it really comes down to, there's a couple of things. It's around, and it's whoever, young people as well as, you know, anyone in Hamilton, it's around the tools. So having a range of tools that people can engage with effectively, that suits. So there may be more than one tool that we use, because we need to do that to make sure we capture everyone's needs. And also the topics. It comes down to the topics and what we're actually going to ask people. So we know that, you know, if we get a really engaging topic that's easy for people to digest and understand and have their say on, then we're getting that engagement goes up. So I guess there's a whole range of tools that we can look at, and we'll take any ideas that councillors have that they'd like, you know, that you'd like to see us do in this campaign. But really it comes down to the types of questions and what exactly are we trying to ask. If we're going to ask something that isn't really deemed relevant by our young people, then it's going to be harder for them to get engaged no matter what tool we put out there. So that detail will come as we start to work through the draft budgets and look at, okay, what are the actual things we're going to ask the community for feedback on?
Yeah. And would we consider having like a simplified kind of plan, you know, version of it, both for, I guess, younger people?
Yeah. So what's really exciting about this long-term plan process is, so the process you're going through now to look at the priorities for the next, you know, few years. So we've got the priorities document, and then so once we get to the consultation document, the plan is that we've already got the why, we've got the story around what, you know, why we're doing what we're doing. Then we get to talk about the projects that sit under it, and I think that that's a really easy story to tell, and there'll be a whole range of ways that we'll be able to tell those stories, from, I guess, both a priority by priority story, as well as the overarching vision story for Hamilton. So that will be able to, that means, and that approach, which is, it's really exciting and really cool, and a really cool approach that this council is taking, that will enable us to be able to break it down into bite-sized chunks that people can understand. And so, for example, the work you're doing looking through the priorities, the city centre example there, if someone just wants to give their feedback on that one piece, because that's what they're interested in, then we shouldn't make them go through and force information out of them in other ones, right? So we can kind of set it up in a way that people can have their say on the bits that interest them. And I think that's going to be the real advantage in this time round, to try and get more engagement from, you know, more input from more people.
Yeah, that sounds really good. Thank you.
All right, well, there's a couple of recommendations on page 16. That's 2A and B. I'll move those. Mayor Southgate seconds. Any debate? No? All right, we'll put it to the board. We'll vote on the board if you like. Might be easier. Oh, we'll do it by hands then. Maybe that's easier. All right, those in favour? Right, anyone against? No. Noting that.
Councillor Wilson is voting by audio-visual link.
Yeah, looks like Councillor Hamilton's not here. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff, for chairing that for me. Appreciate it. And we'll now move on to the next item. What did we do my chair's report? No. Probably not, because I was there and not there. Okay, so we'll go to item 7, which is the chair's report, please. I'm going to take it as read. Are there any questions? Let's get to my discussion, sorry. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question on the suggestion of giving Toti the opportunity to submit on the alternative use for Founders Theatre. Does this open up now the opportunity for other groups who have previously expressed an interest in alternative use for the Founders Theatre also being brought back to the table now?
This doesn't give them any greater or lesser opportunity to submit on the site.
I thought they had no opportunity because we had previously closed.
Well, we're putting out the following approach, which is 3 options, 2 of which are our preferred options, and a general statement inviting people to talk about any ideas on the footprint of the site. But so we're not shutting that, because we haven't discussed that as a council. We're not shutting that door in their face. We're saying, well, if there are any other opportunities where you can bring funding, partnership, and ideas to the table, we'll consider it. We'll consider them. So everyone should be equal in that respect.
Yeah, so that answers my question. I had previously thought that we had restricted not just to Toti, but we had a restriction.
Well, it's not. Toti is just mentioned there because they are the ones that came in with a request to put a submission.
That's right. Yeah.
But they're equal with anybody else who would like to. Okay. Having said that, we've had quite a lot of robust discussion about that site, in which we've indicated that our priority is an enhanced use of the space, not necessarily redeveloping the...
Yes, yeah, I understand that.
So, you know, they'll have this gives people the opportunity to bring something exciting to the table or have their say anyway. Yep. And there's good choice in there.
Okay, no, thank you. My question's answered. Thank you.
Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, sort of along the same lines. It's the Chair's report says that staff will engage with the community. Will we get an understanding of what that will look like in a briefing or something?
Yeah. So we've already had some briefing in it, but you will get to see what we're consulting on and approve that. The options that we'll consult upon to the public, you'll see those.
Okay, because, what I wanted to know is surely we wouldn't be going out blank canvas again. We're going to be going out with 2 to 3 options based on possibly what we talked about with the Western Town Belt.
Absolutely.
Graphical expressions of what those options are. Choose one, public.
Exactly.
Done.
Yes, so
get on with it.
Yeah. Councillor O'Leary, the engagement process will be a mixture of, I guess, there's the 2 parts to it. There's the communication and the engagement. So the communication piece is really about telling the story of where we've come from and, you know, what the past decisions around Founders, how we've got to where we are now, in terms of, you know, emphasising our new theatre that's coming our way, the West Town Belt, and where the Founders site sits within that master plan. And then the engagement piece is around, okay, so we've got this opportunity now with this site. Do we want to just remove the, you know, one of the options is removing the building, which is budgeted for in the long-term plan, but actually we've got an opportunity here to do something really, if that is the case, we've got an opportunity to do something really cool with that space, to, you know, really invest in the parks around just Founders site as well. And that will be, and if we get feedback, for example, that says people are really interested in that, then that will be used by staff to inform some detailed designs that will then go into the long-term plan process.
So that sounds like one option.
There's going to be 3.
As you say, 2, 3 maximum.
Yeah, so there's essentially...
this or this?
We want to make it really clear that if people do vote for retaining the building, then they come to us with a really good proposal of, you know, what it could be used and how it could be funded. Noting that council doesn't have currently any funding to do that big piece of work. And the other one is, so there's that option, as long as you come around with some proposals. There's removal of the building as budgeted in the current long-term plan and just leave it, you've pretty much just taken away the building, or there's investing a bit more in that space to turn it into a more of a...
Like what we discussed with the Western Town Belt.
Yeah, exactly.
Enhanced space.
An enhanced space that will... contribute
And we'll
to.
see a draft of that when?
It will come, you'll see a draft in, without committing to an exact date right now, but I'm hoping by the end of this month, we'll be able to flick around the engagement plan and an example of the collateral and the questions that we'll be asking. And we aim to go out for engagement ideally in kind of mid-September. So we can start to get that feedback back, which will therefore inform your decisions as part of the draft LTP budget conversations.
And are those options taking into account all of the engagement and everything else that we've had over the last 3-4 years? Different touch points where people have given their views?
Yeah. So we're definitely not frame it as starting it from scratch.
Yeah.
That's part of the storytelling piece to show where we've got to now. So yes, we've had multiple conversations over the last few years, going back to even explaining why the theatre was closed, why we had to close it, summarising those conversations to get us to where we are today. And then hopefully it's not it should be quite a straightforward, if we tell the story correctly, it kind of is a straightforward-ish question for the community to answer.
It actually has been shaped by a number of elected members as well. Zoom meetings and engagement meetings. And there's the West Town Belt where we all discussed it. And then since then, there's been the opportunity for all councillors on a couple of occasions at least to have a look at what our thinking is. And I think where we landed on that was that we wanted to propose an enhanced space, not just bowl the building and mow the lawn. So the basic option would be around, push it over, mow the lawn, because we haven't got any other money, or we'd go to the public in the long-term plan and say, enhanced space. What would that look like? Some cycleways, etc.
We will approve those 1, 2 or 3 options. Can be high level, doesn't have to, no, I'm not looking for detail, to go out and be consulted on.
We will be able to see the final consultation document and have a say, but let's be clear, we've already discussed this at least twice.
Not formally though.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Not formally. That's what I'm looking, because I'm trying to avoid the municipal pull stuff. My point around that we didn't actually in this chamber make a decision whether it's options or to bowl or whatever it was, and that's what I'm looking for.
We can do that through the community
I'm
committee.
not trying to
but
be obstructive, I just want to be...
It is engagement, it's community engagement at this stage, isn't it? Yeah. Natalie?
Yeah, so at this stage, it is an engagement piece, so it doesn't legally have to come back into the chambers for formal adoption, but if that's what is, if councillors would prefer to do that, then we can definitely look at making that happen and just making sure it fits in with the timing. The reason I'm looking slightly blank is I just don't want to make it, this is a project for Sean Murray, so I just want to make sure I have a chance to speak with him who's away today, just to confirm the exact details of when that would come back. But I can definitely, over the next couple of days, just pull together a bit of a plan and flick that round via the executive update. That could confirm our way forward.
It's a balance between, we won't be making any decisions on the site until the LTP, but this is to engage with the public around some thinking. Having said that, if all of council want to have a formal process to approve the engagement collateral, well, they can. We don't normally do that. Sometimes we just, we sometimes just get a key of community leaders who've been involved in the project to oversee it. And of course, that would be chair of community and others whom we don't need everyone to say this is the right wording or not the right wording.
No, that's not what I'm asking for. Just the options. What if there's only one elected member around the table who actually wants to bowl it and put it into green space? Or what if there's 12? Option 2, to spend lots of money, redevelop or whatever it is. I don't have any firm understanding of any support for options we're going to consider, want the public to consider. Not talking about all the collateral. I mean, I haven't... other than the Western Town Belt, when we talked about in the briefing room, when we talked about, well, it could be this or it could be that, then now suddenly there's no formal process to agree what we're going to consult on.
I'll get Natalie to bring it back to a briefing. It's been through 2 briefings and a pop-in session, so everyone has had a chance. But let's bring it, but it's been some time in between. Let's bring it back to a briefing and have a look at those options and make sure we're still on point. How does that sound?
Do you want to bring it back to the community committee? So it's nice and clear.
I think we'll do a briefing first, so we can have a free and frank, and then we can. We don't want to slow things up either, because we want to get this work done well ahead of the LTP. So it's about going out and casting our net and seeing what people think of a range of options.
Yeah, well, I guess what I'm trying to do is trying to navigate the space between what the elected body is willing to support at the end of the outcome to going out there with, oh, here's a few ideas, but give us all your hundreds and we get what we've been getting for the last 3 years. If we go out with A, B or C, choose one.
That is our intent.
Yeah, but I don't know what A, B or C is.
Yeah. Well, I'm surprised about that, because we have had this presentation of the, but let's.
I mean, I might be the only one around the table. Let's find out.
Oh.
Yeah.
I can help you.
They're voluntary to pop in briefings.
But pop in.
New council, you can do whatever you like. You have no obligation from the previous lot. I was on the previous lot, and I'm going to give you some friendly advice. Do not underestimate the public interest in the future of the Founders Theatre site. Obviously, I just want to clarify that the former mayor and the Toti Trust, John Gallagher, etc., they will have an opportunity to, at some point, flesh out their ideas or proposals, which we will look at as one of the possible options. I'm not making a judgment as to which option.
No.
I'm just wanting to say that I'm trying to, friendly advice, do not underestimate this, and whether you're going to run that parallel with the LTP or as part of the LTP, you know? And there's two.
I get that, and I do get that, and I understand what Angela's at. I understand that. I thought most people had been able to engage with this, but if they haven't, or we have lost sight of it, let's go back and do it. So I suggest we bring it to a briefing, because then there may or may not be a reason to bring it through a formal committee and slow it down. It may be something that everybody's like, cool, these are 3 good options, let's go. So let's at least have that in a briefing first.
And I suspect, if I can be helpful, Your Worship, it's getting thoughts together, because I think around the table a lot of our thoughts are genuinely unformed, and we do want to now focus on the, you know, what are the options. This also is related, and thank you, Angela, for raising it, around the municipal pools. And my worry is when the Sink or Swim people came, a number of them may have gone back with the idea, correctly or incorrectly, that suddenly the council is going to do a massive relook at that, whereas my understanding is we have options again for the municipal pool site, which could include, for example, a proposal that Councillor Leary herself raised during the campaign around a child-friendly aquatic water park, but also at the same time we have the Hamilton Girls High significant proposal about their swimming facility and how that may or may not serve the central city. So again, we're looking at some parallel proposals, and I'm really keen that we actually get those in the options in the room, because again, that will be another, I think, LTP. Am I on the right wavelength there?
Everything is proposed to get as much engagement as possible to inform LTP options, because there's no funding for anything on the pool site or the Founders site except for demolition. That's the bit we've funded. So in each instance, we need to bring some informed options and engage the public to help that a bit. But I agree with you, Angela, it shouldn't be an open slather approach, because we're well beyond that. We're not asking again for everything to come to the table.
And it may be even on the, you know, I think all I'm saying from the point of view of just reflecting on that as an example, you know, I would welcome an opportunity to learn more about the Girls High proposal and whether it comes through Jeff's CBD committee, because that's a significant, what the Girls High campus proposals are does have significant relevance to the CBD. And I just, before I make this decision or that decision, I want to have all the info on the board. That's
Absolutely,
all.
And that's what we hope to achieve across the board with the LTP, because there'll be a lot of choices. You've mentioned the CBD choices, but there's also the covering of the university pool in that suite of considerations, for example. But in terms of this was just to alert you that there is going to be a process of public engagement, but we're not going back to the base. We're not. And it has to be consistent with the West Town Pelt. Is everyone happy with that now, or?
I suspect there's more discussion, but can I just be helpful? I think it would be really good on a range of those issues to take the opportunity of elected member sessions just to get our own thoughts clarified, because then we clarify exactly how we want to go out to consultation and what means, whether it's through the LTP or it's a separate parallel process or not.
Okay, Councillor Bunting.
Oh, no, I had a question before, but it's apparently you can just sort of charge in there and say what you want to say, and I've actually completely forgotten what the question was. It was along the lines of what Angela was saying before. Yep. What are the three options? Because I am also like the Emperor's New Clothes, everyone seems to know. But
well, you're going to see the three options. We've made that quite clear.
But are you saying that one is take it down, one is keep it and do something else with it, and one is turn it into enhanced
What I'm
space?
doing is giving you oversight to what the feedback was, that one would be, and this is off the tail of the West Town plan, can't remember how many people engaged with this conversation or not, but one will be what is actually provided for the moment, which is demolish it. It's got a car park there, demolish it, it'll become grass, you'll mow it. Okay. Yep. There was a view around the table we could do better than that we could maybe enhance the space, enhance the use of the fountains, put the cycleway, the walkway through there, potentially have a little outdoor entertainment place, whether it's sort of a...
So that's the enhanced space thing.
The enhanced space, and I don't want to determine what the enhanced space is, but there is some work being done by staff around what good options for enhancing that space might look like, and those are part of the West Town Belt work. And the third one, it wasn't really an option per se, but we didn't want to slam the door on people coming through the door with another brilliant idea, but neither were we promoting redevelopment of the theatre itself. We're talking about the footprint of the site, I think it's fair to say. So it's what do we do with the site?
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you. Yep.
And look, there's no intention to put it out there without you having seen it or know what it is. Good. Or
but I do share what the concern that Angela's saying, so I can't remember a committee that we resolved those three things.
What, sorry?
I can't remember a committee where we resolved those three things.
We didn't do it through a committee, we did it through councillor briefings.
Okay.
We have.
All right.
Yeah. And of course, it won't go there. We have touched on it a few times, but let's go back, because I really want everyone to be comfortable with this when we go out in public. So we can all promote something that we believe in. Okay. A lot of talk on that. Any other questions?
Can I say something?
Oh, sorry, Margaret. Yep.
Yep, thanks. I certainly endorse what both Rob and Angela have said about, well, if we're now going to be listening to the likes of Toti, which is certainly very timely, that we open up the opportunity for other submitters to have a say. And I think there's two levels to this. There's not just the three options: we do nothing, we demolish it, or we keep it. But within those three options, there's obviously, well, if we choose one path, then what are the options within? So there is a bit of a lengthy process to this. I think from a staff point of view, I'd also like, if we just going down the demolish and enhance space option, that we not only look at the context of the West Town Belt and theatres and other older theatres, plus the new ones within our city, and we have a number of those, whether we repurpose Founders Theatre or not. I think we should also be considering, well, the context of an open space or a green space plan as well. And I've said it on more than one occasion, I think this is a great opportunity actually for a quiet space and a place of beauty. Not every green space or open space needs to be activated, needs to be entertainment. It can be a place, and given what we've learnt through COVID, and given the development and more intensive living and development in that area, I think there's real opportunity for us to be looking in the context of a more contemplative, of a more beautiful space. And I'll say the cherry tree opportunity again. I mean, what a great opportunity that is for us. So I'd really like that considered as well, please. An open space or a green space context, as well as the West Town Belt, as well as our theatres.
Right, cool. I think we've got some good beginnings of a conversation around that. We need to have a conversation clearly again on it, so we're all on the same sort of page and pulling the same way. And then we need to allow the public to, so that we can finally decide on an outcome for that very important piece of space, not too far from the CBD. Any other questions on the report? And I have to say, it would have been really useful to have Jen here to answer some of those questions, which is one of the problems when you put something in your own report, you know. But anyway, okay, that's cool. We'll move the report be received. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Taylor, seconded by me. All in favour? Carried. Good. Where were we? Did we do the? We did the confirmation. So we're on remits. This should be straightforward. Who's talking us through these? Yeah. Well, what do you mean? No, I want to know how you want to vote on them. You can't
Paula,
just move.
could I suggest, is it worth trying to tackle them by exception, do you think, or is it maybe so we raise the ones that we've got issues with, but otherwise a blanket sort of?
Yeah, okay, so let me just put a precursor to that and say that housing affordability, the local government electoral cycle and the GST on rates, James, those are the three that we're... Is there another one? Have I missed one? Those are the three we're talking to it.
Sorry, I didn't hear your list, but our three are GST on rates, housing affordability, and 4-year terms.
Yeah. Yep. So that's number 2, the GST 2, 3, and 6 that we have already had lots of discussion on, and I will be proposing 3 and 6 and debating it at the local government AGM next week or whenever it is. And Maxine will be presenting the housing affordability one. So we're in the throes of drafting those up to make sure that they represent the view of council, and we can speak to those. So I don't feel we need to talk on those unless you really feel so. Which ones of those 1 to 11 would people like to talk about? I almost feel that we need to go quickly through all of them, to be honest, because I'm going to go and vote yay or nay for all of them, even if we don't know much about it. So.
Yeah, okay.
So the public transport support, number 1. It's calling on the government to work with councils with some greater financial viability of public transport in the recovery phase. That is all we have from the sponsor councils. They'll debate on the day. Have you got any questions, comments, and then we'll just show our hands.
It's you, and who's joining you down there?
Maxine's down with me, and Sarah. No, Kesh is coming. That's it.
So basically, I think if I can be so bold as I think we give you some broad indications of comfort today.
Yep.
But what I want to allow you as our delegates, and you're the lead voter, but you will talk with the delegates, and you will take into account if you hear significant other views and arguments on the day, and have. I think you need flexibility.
Oh, I think you do. But I do want to...
we'll give you a steer.
I do want to steer because I don't want to go and vote against the wishes of this council. I'm assuming that you would all be in favour of some pressure on government to assist us with public transport post-COVID. Yep. Okay, so anybody not happy with that? No, that's everybody. Are you guys on Zoom land happy with that? Yep. We're just going to note support. I don't think we need to formally vote on it, do we? Or would you like to?
Can I suggest if someone has a strong objection, they ask for a vote, but if we go through, our silence means we're called, all right?
Cool. Housing affordability, well, as I say, we're sponsoring that one up there, so Maxine will talk to that on our behalf. Are there any issues? If you have some feedback, send it to us, and we'll incorporate it in the 2-minute presentation she's able to give. But
Key points.
yeah, it might be 3 actually, is it, Jack? 3, because you're the mover, and then the seconder gets 2. Okay, so we're all in favour of that. I don't see anybody disagreeing to that one. You and Margaret, you happy? Yep. Okay, the next one is on returning the GST on rates, and James did a lot of work on this on our behalf. Happy, by the way, to show you the draft speak notes that I might speak to it. Is anybody opposed to that?
You've even got the support of Phil Goff now.
I know.
It's amazing when people come out of government, they suddenly become converts.
Yeah. Actually, that was surprisingly well supported by other councils when we started to test. And in some instances, these were supported by multiple councils, and we negotiated who would support it and who would not. So the fourth one is natural hazards and climate adaptation, and it's to do with coastal protection. All I can tell you is that I would support that based on my long experience with regional council. I think we do need a look at what's protecting our coastal areas from hazards and what the effect of climate change is on our coastal communities, even though Hamilton is not one. So that's the view I take. Does anybody take a different view on that? No? We're not what?
Yet, a coastal community.
Oh, yeah, great. So everybody's largely happy with that one? Annual regional balance of transfers. And to be quite honest, I did not understand this one very well. Do you understand it better than me, James?
So basically, it's about transparency of which regions get money. You know, are they net beneficiaries of sort of government sort of allocation of money or not? And I think New Plymouth, who've proposed this one, they evidently feel that they're hard done by, and they feel like if data was published showing which councils bring in what amount of tax and get what benefit, what spending, they feel like that would sort of put upward pressure on the amount of money that comes to us. That goes to them, and presumably those who currently get the benefit of government spending decisions would have the opposite effect. So I think that's the logic behind the remit, just to try and have a greater transparency to show who gets what money overall at the moment.
Are they still prepared to do that given the change in approach to offshore oil drilling and the fact that their revenues will reduce over time and therefore they might not deserve as much income?
Oh, we're not going to answer that question. But I suppose there are some perversities in that when you think of poorer regions like Northland, who rely on, say, tourism and fishery, but don't perform as economically strongly as Taranaki, where they have ports and industry. But we still need to invest in Northland. So I'm not sure that I lean towards supporting that one, but does anybody here want me to support it?
It might work out that we lose more money or something.
Any feedback or comments? Sarah, you're looking like you.
I just feel like it's kind of quite a new topic, a bit random, so it's kind of hard to, without looking into it further, to say yes, we support it. For me, anyway. I mean, I'm not hugely opposed to it, but Angela makes a good point.
Yeah, and this is one of the difficulties we do have with the system of remits. We do try. James has done a fantastic job of getting around all the councils, much more than we've done in previous years, to elicit support, and he's spoken to the sponsors of each remit and said, why are you doing this? Send us some information. And this is kind of what we get out of it. They will debate on the day. Absolutely. Let's all in favour of voting in favour of that additional work for Treasury, raise your hand.
Are we voting on 3 itself, or
We're voting on whether you support me voting positively to support that. So if you want me to go and support the annual regional balance of transfers, put your hand up.
Which one are we?
5.
The balance.
If you would prefer that I voted against or subject to the debate. Yep. Okay? Well, that's right, we have to listen to debate.
I think if you look at the way we rate based on capital value, it'd be like saying those that pay more rates will spend more money on their streets, which isn't the way we operate. So,
Yeah.
You know, this is about one country, of course. There are some times when the West Coast or Invercargill will get more because they need it. They're, you know, I think we have to be very careful on that one.
Yeah. Okay, so that's cool. That's how I felt too. Local government electoral cycle, well, you know that the entire Waikato Mayoral Forum have backed this one. We proposed it, but we weren't the only council to propose it. I think 3 more councils proposed it. So we did a bit of bartering, and I'm going to second it, or I'm seconding it. So the council that's moving this one is
Northland, I think, or far. It's either Far North District or Northland Regional.
Yeah, because if 2 councils put an agreement that's similar, then we're directed to negotiate with them and see, rather than waste time doing it twice. So they'll move it, I'll second it. Is everybody happy with that? The seconder does too, so, yeah. Yeah, and of course the interesting thing is we do get 6 votes at the table for each of these small accounts.
Are in secret, is it?
Yeah, they're secret. So that, you know, at the end of the day you can press whatever you like, but I won't. That's why I want to be quite clear what you support. so then I can vote against it. No. Water bottling. Placing a moratorium on applications to take and use water for bulk export. I lean towards this one myself, but I'm open to other people's views on this. Anybody feel anti-supporting the moratorium? Okay, cool. I'll vote positively for that one, thank you. Quorum when attending local meetings. This is an interesting one for me because we don't want to withdraw the opportunity for people to remotely access council meetings, but this would enable you all to be remote for almost any council meeting. And I think, isn't that right?
Yes, I think it's just this one's just about giving more flexibility for when we need it, rather than having to go through legislation change each time if we have this situation occur again. I think it's working quite well now. I think elected members are for the most part attending physically when they're able to, and the ones that are needing to attend via audiovisual link for whatever reason are doing. So I think it's working well. I think this just facilitates flexibility.
So my only concern with that is that there has to be some, in the standing orders or somewhere, some guidelines around that, because it would be ridiculous if there was just me and Jeff sitting in this room with the staff and every one of you was at home. And it'd just be resource inefficient, because either if there was only going to be a few of us here, we might as well all Zoom in rather than to put.
And I can confirm that there is there's mechanism in there's stoppers in standing orders to say that it's only when you need to come in via audiovisual link. So there's already that mechanism within standing orders.
Yeah.
That, you know, have regional ones which have people all over everywhere, so you're not driving from Thames, Coromandel to Hamilton, you know, 3 days a week or yeah.
Haven't we already listed that we're supporting this in the remit?
I mean,
have we?
I mean, obviously, if you've...
James is frowning because I don't know if we have.
Well, frankly, if you've got this cold or sniffle, stay away, becoming remote, you're still, you know, like you're not...
He always frowns.
Yeah, personally, I think we should just back this. And if suddenly we do find that it's just you and Jeff in the chamber, or you only in the chamber and Jeff with his pedestrian bridge in the background, which I love, you know, in fact, it's just you and the rest of us are virtual reality. I suspect Annie Mayor would have a chat to her colleagues and give us some stern advice.
James.
Just to answer that question, we sort of seconded it when it was proposed, but you know we still have the choice now of do we support it or not. Formally at the vote.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying it's not a carte blanche. We just need to be careful. So we're all in favour of that. We're in favour of the yep. Number 9 is the use of macrons by local authorities. Sure. Yeah.
Just on this?
Absolutely.
It's pretty important to me. And look, I just thank you. I just wanted an offer a personal perspective, really, that this particular remit's actually really important for me. I mean, not only because of the obvious advantages that elected members have already outlined, but while I'm going through my health journey, it's absolutely important to me that I can stay connected to council, and there are times when I just cannot come into the chamber, not for want of wanting to be there, but it's just not possible for me. And as I improve and get stronger, I will definitely be back in the chamber. But for now, having the option is absolutely crucial, and it allows me to do my job. So I just wanted to reiterate that, and if you have an opportunity to contribute or debate this, our representatives, I really appreciate if you can put my perspective forward as well.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Number 9 is the use of Oh, sorry.
No, really good point. Just want to extend some love out to Margaret. I think that's really brave of you to say that, and totally agree. I think it is going to open up a bit of work down the track, though, because there's going to be different protocols with people leaving and coming back, and like if you're in a Zoom and you turn the video off, have you left your meeting? And there's a lot of grey areas with that, so we better be ready for a bit of work to follow that.
I think that was the nature of my comments too.
Yeah.
There are some things we may need to think of as this becomes more normal.
Yeah. Cool.
Including how we administrate meetings, etc. So, cool. The macrons. Yeah, I support this. I mean, do it once, do it right. I mean, there are some places, for example, in the country, it doesn't really affect us because we use a double vowel here in the Waikato Tainui, Rohe, but elsewhere they'd like to use a macron, and apparently it's a bit of a process to go through just to put a macron on their road signs. So I'm happy to support that. Anybody with a different...
If we have places in the Waikato which we wanted to change.
We can all,
It doesn't stop
You
us
can
from
do
that.
that anyway.
I don't think it stops us from using a double vowel, does it, James?
No,
So
it's just the macron, isn't it?
Well, I think it does, because if it's an official place name, according to NZTA, that's it, unless you go through that process that you were talking about.
All right, we could look into that.
Well, I hope in the debate, I mean, in the end, we should not be having this, if I've got this right, we shouldn't be having this debate. And I used the other day the Republic of Ireland as a good example. If you have two official written languages, where appropriate, you use them and you spell it correctly, including the macrons, and the fact that we should have to apply here than ever was ridiculous and silly. And I think there's a bigger question. I mean, it just should be a given that if we choose to observe our official languages and our signage, we get on with it. And I think that's tied up in this particular one. It's quite interesting, frankly. I think it's a tidy up, and good luck.
James, any comment on the double vowel?
Yeah, so although the remit frames itself as being about macrons, it's not really. It's just about the ability for councils to change their name however they may wish to do so. And in the same way as if this remit were passed and ultimately the law was changed around making it easier for councils to add macrons, similarly councils will be able to add double vowels or whatever other changes that they wanted to do. It's more about streamlining the process. As you said, it's currently apparently, so I'm told, a very bureaucratic process for changing your name, and it just makes it a smoother process, whatever the changes that you want to make.
Yeah, it's not to do with signage or street names or anything like that. It's actually the legal name of councils.
Of the council. Yeah, that's true. It's very thank you for that, James. And Sean, it's very unhelpful when we get such little information to back up these remit discussions, to be honest, but it is what we've got. Number 10, that's an interesting one. Rates rebates for low-income property owners. To lift the level of rates rebates available for low and fixed income property owners, taking into account the cost for inputs into local government services. That's the interesting thing about that.
So if I can how about, so obviously Hamilton's one of a few councils that has an additional rates rebate program. So this is about those councils also that don't and that get support from the government. So what in essence the remit is saying is that the amount of rebate is not keeping in step with the cost of living, certainly not in the cost of rates increases around the country, and it's asking for a better indices, if you like, of moving that rates level so that it's more in line with the cost of living that our ratepayers are having to endure. So that's the scope of it.
You got any concerns, questions, discussion on this one? Sarah?
It's just an interesting one. It's kind of a bit of a philosophical debate because this obviously benefits home owner occupiers but not renters, and so there was in that local government productivity report an actual suggestion that we move away from this because of that reason, because it only supports a certain segment of the population, but at the same time until we kind of move to a different system, I don't know, yeah, it's just I'm not fully sold on this or either way, yeah.
Isn't that, though, to some extent offset by the government's accommodation allowance that they pay to low-income earners, particularly beneficiaries, as a contribution towards their rental payment?
It's not necessarily being inflation indexed.
Yeah, I know, but I think that Sarah's comment was the philosophical one, not the need to increase it, but as the philosophical one that it perhaps only benefits a low-income ratepayer as opposed to a low-income renter.
Yeah, and I don't know if like it kind of balances out or what. It's without looking into it further.
Accommodation allowance, don't they? And that's invariably goes to beneficiaries who rent rather than own their own property.
I think, Margaret, do you still have a question on this one, or was your hand up from before? Okay, Ewan, got a comment or question?
Yeah, look, thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, I support it, and I'm, although I'm beginning to get confused because the very people who usually argue for the fact that we have support for low-income property earners when it comes to rebates and now seem to be signalling they're questioning it. Surely we've got to support it because it's our own policy. We have a rates rebate system in place, or have I missed the point?
Would you agree with that, Dave? Did you hear that? Ewan, do you want to repeat that last sentence?
Yeah, look, we've got a policy that provides rates rebates for low income earners. Household.
We already have such a policy.
Yes. Surely all this motion is supporting on a national basis our own policy.
It's in addition to our own policy. It's a government one that exists at the moment.
Inflation adjustable.
It's in addition to our own policy because it's the government rebate.
Government to increase their contribution to that separate rates rebate. That's separate from the one that this council has.
That's right, but the fundamental is, sorry, Councillor Dave, you go.
I was just going to say they only occasionally adjust it. It's not automatically adjusted like others are. There was a big adjustment just recently, but for 10 or 12 years they've done nothing and left it.
Decision, Councillor Dave. So rather than it's incrementally every year, they have to someone has to remember to do it, take a paper, go through the process.
Yeah, I will say that it has been increased $15 for the 2021 year. From 640 to 655.
Did you hear all that, Ewan?
Yeah, I did, and again, that's why, Mayor Paula, I support it.
Okay.
Because I think it is appropriate. The government's contribution is adjusted annually, so I do support it.
Hands up for those people who would like me to vote in the affirmative for number 10. So, yeah, that's a majority. Anybody opposed to me voting affirmatively for it? And just so you know, new councillors, another quirk of local government is that you can't abstain. So you have to cast a vote one way or other. And that's why this discussion, although it's a funny little discussion that we have about it, we have to do it and make a stand. Yeah, and then I'll just go and vote. No. Emma's got one more. Number 11, local government CO2 emissions. LGNZ requests that government implement an independent scheme based on the United Kingdom model operated by the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy to measure and report on carbon emissions at a district level. Can't say I know anything about the UK carbon scheme in any detail.
Essentially, Mayor Paula, it's taking a national approach to how we measure carbon emissions. So it's probably a more efficient way than each region doing their own thing, and it would allow us to benchmark and things as well.
Yeah, that's.
UK model though, because they've specifically mentioned the UK model in there. Is there any peculiarity in there that we need to be aware of before we give it the go, or are you quite comfortable?
It is in the appendix. I just hadn't understood the detail of it very well. I asked James about it, but it wasn't an area that you touched on in your time.
I do find it ironic that James offered the solution and the answers for the Te Reo item, but has struggled with the UK-based item. Just putting it out there.
Very helpful in the body of the arguments of the room. It's very helpful descriptor. So
yeah,
the principle I'm sure we would agree with.
Absolutely, and I was going to say what Sean said, which was it doesn't really matter because it's a consistent scheme, and that's better than having hodgepodge of ways of measuring. So we're all in favour of me supporting that one. Hands up. Yeah, everyone's pretty much there. Anything you feel uncomfortable about, speak now or don't. And we've got a note that that you've indicated the support. We haven't gone down the route of formally voting on each one. Yeah, and as Martin has suggested, if I should hear something so supremely compelling, and I will have two colleagues there with me to discuss anyway, I might vote differently, but I intend to vote the way directed by council.
Sorry, just a question, is the one that I was talking about not on that list? It's
Probably just need to confirm
having a
that
list of what government money goes where for New Plymouth. I don't care about New Plymouth.
No, that's the one that's number 5 that we've decided.
It is out.
Yeah, we'll vote against that one.
Oh, okay. I was confused because it says the list has got 11 and it's an 11 in here, but you haven't renumbered. That's all.
Yeah,
okay. Okay. Cool.
Okay.
You care about New Plymouth, Councillor Leary?
I'm supposed to visit.
It's a lovely, pretty place.
But I don't want them getting more money and us getting less.
Well, they're running us round in circles with the amount of ecologically sound natural space. They're the big winners there. All right, well, received the report. It's been moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Taylor. Oh, there he is. All in favour? Opposed? Carried, everyone.
Yep,
Yeah.
unanimously.
Thank you. Open recommendations from council. And the first one is the Strategic Risk and Committee, Strategic Risk and Assurance Committee. And all the details there. Any questions? No. So who moves that ordinarily?
The chair of for the rest, the chair of the relevant committee moves.
Yeah. So who's the?
But this one, the chair's not here. So one of you who are on the risk committee would move it.
I think you should move it, Rob, your chair of finance.
Yeah.
And I'll second it. So that's number 1. All in favour? Anybody opposed? No. To seek the approval, you're going to move that, Councillor O'Leary? Yes. The approval of the
second.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Any questions, comments? All in favour? Opposed? Carried unanimously. The risk management policy review, which is in the report. Oh, you've done that one. Sorry, I'm just trying to find mine. We're on the waste management. No, we've done that one. Sorry, I am getting used to. There's only 2.
Yep, so we're moving to the next.
Excellent. We're going to move to the next item, Ruakura. I'm trying to be really good and get my hang of this thing all the time. Ruakura. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Okay, afternoon, councillors. Hopefully most of you know Tony Denton, who works in my team. So Tony's done a lot of the technical work for this one, so any hard questions are going to go to Tony. Probably the easiest, council, is if you look to page 135, there's just a plan there, just a quick discussion and orientation. So this report is largely about the macroscope of the urban upgrade from Waieri Drive to Silverdale Road, so the blue one on the diagram on page 135. Separate to this report is the red one, which is the Spine Road Stage 1, although this report does touch on the intersection of where the two roads join. The third component of the transport network out there is the future Spine Road, the dotted red line. I was just about, my note just then drew me to the next question. So we're changing from the Spine Road, councillors, to the Eastern Transport Corridor, so the ETC, Eastern Transport Corridor. So that is to reflect that it is a multimodal transport corridor that we're developing, and not a road. Yeah, I'm in a transitional phase here. Some of the diagrams have still got Spine Road on, so you just have to bear with me as we transition through. So I'll quickly just touch on the Eastern Transport Corridor. So it is a separate discussion to the one here today. It's a future work. We've developed, that corridor got developed with thinking over the last 10 years through the Board of Inquiry and the development of the inland port. So we are working on a process to retest that through a business case. And we'll retest the alignment, we'll retest the form and function of the road, the extent and the connections up to Pardoa Avenue, up through the new growth area R2 and connecting to the north. So we're currently scoping that up as a project that will come back to you, and clearly I've got the message to come very early to council and get some direction from council and get their views on that transport corridor before we go too much into it. In the public excluded section of today's meeting, there is a discussion on some of the funding opportunities for that, which we can talk about. So just quickly, if I talk about the red one, which is the Spine Road Stage 1 on there. So this is the link for the Waikato Expressway through to the existing transport network. So this report does have a link, a strong link to the report in the public excluded section as well, which is about a partnership approach to building that road, a partnership with Tainui and the Provincial Growth Unit to build that connection. So the only issue that's in this report is the intersection where the red joins the blue, or the Silverdale Road, Ruakura Road West intersection. So since we last brought it to council and some discussion with elected members, we've made some improvements at that intersection. We're looking at that intersection, so we build an intersection that would be compatible with a future Eastern Transport Corridor. So we're just changing our design of that intersection so we don't build an intersection that would be then sacrificed later on when we come to build the transport corridor. So as I say, this report is largely to get a sign-off for the macroscope for the Ruakura Road urban upgrade. So since we last engaged with council, we've made quite significant improvements in terms of walking and cycling, in terms of macroscope. So we are still working on the design details of that. But page 137 is probably the best map to see and what we're looking at there. So on the north side, We're looking at a macroscope level to put a footpath, 1.8 metre footpath, which is the red, which is the yellow, sorry, and a 3.5 metre bi-directional cycle lane, which is the red. On the southern side, a 3 metre shared path. So we are still in the design. It is still very much dependent on engagement with the landowner on the northern side. So the constraint has been the stormwater ditches on that side, a very constrained corridor. But we are in active discussions with the landowner to move the drainage ditch, use the land that's sterilised underneath the power columns there.
Chris, can I ask you a question on that very piece since we're there? Well, last time I was meeting with Innovation Park, they showed me a cycleway weaving in between and around those ponds as part of their site design. Remember I mentioned that?
Yep.
Are we having conversations with them? Because it seems if we could do something together, why wouldn't we?
Yep.
When they were proposing to put cycle infrastructure as part of their site development.
Yep. Look, I'll let Tony just jump in. So we are working well with them and the university.
Yeah, so we have had conversations with the Innovation Park team, and the diagram that you're seeing in front of you shows the more direct route, I suppose, along the corridor and into the university area and out to inland port community. But equally it has connections into those inland land use for Innovation Park and a future education precinct as well.
So it's more. Are you saying it's more preferable to have a direct route because it would have been a little bit windy? I was thinking they might have paid for that bit themselves because it was on their site, and it just kind of wended a little way around those ponds. It would be very pretty, but you're suggesting that we should just stick to a direct route and put connections to their site.
Yeah, it's just trying to find that efficient route corridor, I suppose. It's still up for concept design at the moment. That's what I'm saying, through the negotiations with the landholder. It could end up that it is more of a wavering line instead of a straight parallel network. It will depend on how the stormwater measures go in place in there also. But the idea is to try and get connections through those pond and wetland areas directly to that community. I was just thinking of
a partnership that might also extend to a partial funding partnership, but then it's this.
Yeah. I think in the public excluded report there are some discussions on funding opportunities there.
Okay, cool. Pardon?
Would they be both timed at the same moment, or?
Some parts will be staged through the Innovation Park land use development, so providing this piece is probably one of the first stages of getting that walking
Apologies,
cycle
I
network
jumped in
place.
because it was the right map, that's all. I do see there's some other questions.
Yeah. Could I just
do you want to finish it first? Yep.
One point on topic there. Like I'd finished talking anyway. I was going to just open for questions. With the development of the Eastern Transport Corridor, part of that work is to work with Innovation Park and Tainui on master planning for their sites. So I think there's more work to come in the overall master planning of the sites. But what we do know is the land underneath those Transpower corridor is pretty much sterilised for land use. So it's a really good use for stormwater and walking and cycling. So it might change as we work through the master planning and how it penetrates further into the block of land. Just north of there is Innovation Park, and there's current master planning, but it's probably dated, and we want to work collaboratively with Tainui and Innovation Park as we work on the Spine Road, and they're keen to do that.
Okay, so we've got some questions. We've got Councillor Bunting and then Councillor McPherson.
Thank you. Great, very exciting. The couple of questions around the northern end of the Eastern non-Spine Road corridor transport multi thing. What's it called? Eastern multi, you know what I mean?
Transport corridor.
Yeah. The artist formerly known as the Spine Road.
Yeah.
Right. How much of that's actually already built through Greenhill Park? Because there's a fair bit going on there at the moment, isn't there?
Yeah. So we have a development agreement with Chedworth and Tainui, in fact, in terms of developing the Spine Road as it was known then, right up to Pādawa Avenue.
Yeah.
So as they are advancing southward and building it to a minor arterial sort of standard. So we do have an agreement over time. We've developed what the look and feel of that road. That is something that we need to retest as we're looking at thing.
So when
They've actually built the spine road to the edge of R2.
Yes, they have.
So they've got a cul-de-sac in there, but the intent is that that would continue to R2, and we've got big pipes under the road ready to extend into R2.
Yeah, it goes right over to Greenhill at the moment, doesn't it?
Yep.
And they've done a lovely job. So I guess what I'm asking is, we're not going to have to alter what they've done, are we?
I think we need to retest that. Yeah, it could be. It was developed, under a different time, and now we've got our metro spatial plan and mass transit, so we do need to retest that. Yep.
So this is the stuff they're just building now. We're going to have to go and okay, all right. And I'm not trying to be clever or anything. Doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Can we not just help them out now, or we'll do it? Okay.
Yep.
All right. Hey, the other question I had. The timing on the Ruakura Road upgrade. So when all things going to plan, which they never do, but all things going to plan. When are you expecting that to be done?
Yep. So we want to start construction this construction season.
Yep.
The reality, it's likely to be early in the new year.
Yep.
Just there's quite a lot of work still to do. We are trying to coordinate as well with the Ruakura Road West realignment connecting up to the expressway.
Yep.
The overall intent is the expressway will open at the end of 2021, towards the end of 2021. We'll probably still be building the Ruakura Road West, and that'll probably be into early 2022. So be a slight overrun on the expressway opening, we think, but that's our target, end of 2021, early 2022 to build it all.
So it's conceivable that the only ways off the expressway could be at Matangi, Padua and Road.
For a period of time, that could be the case.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Cool. Well, I'll save the rest for discussion. Thanks. Thanks, Chris.
McPherson?
Yeah, Mark's raised some important timing issues there, because that's the first I've heard that there's a misalignment of timing for this, potentially, though the expressway, they're talking about March 2022 in reality, aren't they, for opening?
I think their official line is 2021.
No, I was asking for the real line, not the official line.
Look, my discussions with them, they're very confident that it won't go into 22.
Well, isn't it vital that we have our connection done when that's open?
Yep. Look, that's always been our intent, Councillor, and that's why, in previous reports that we've brought to you, we've expressed our concern that it wasn't happening, leaving it to NZTA and Tainui, and that's why we're involved now with a funding partner as well to get it built as quickly as possible. It was heading to not even been started for construction. So look, that is our intent, to try and tie the two together. I think realistically we won't quite make it, I don't think, but we'll be doing everything we can in our programming to try and close the gap.
Can we put a monitoring report situation on that every few months to Angela's committee then perhaps, so that we can, if we have to sort of press a trigger for some alternative traffic arrangements in the meantime or something like that in other parts of the network on the east, we'll get it we know it's coming up, I think every 4 months or so, every second committee, we should at least get a reference to how that's going for timing reasons.
Look, our intent as a joined up team is to put this on the same level as reporting as probably the Peacock's growth cell. So to have it joined up with land use and everything going in the growth cell, and have a regular report coming to growth and infrastructure. So that's definitely
specifically to address the timing issue of this.
A number of things, particularly that, but a whole range of other things, land use and everything, like a comprehensive report on the development of Ruakura.
Yeah, because we've certainly seen some examples of where road completions don't match needs time-wise. Look, okay, so the Mark raised another really good point before. It's two good points in one set of questions, Mark. It's very good. Yeah. The stand of the design of the Eastern Transport Corridor at the north end, Padua Road end, it's occurred to me that it meets standards of what we were thinking of in 2005 or thereabouts, not 2020. In terms of public transport and things like that, it's a sort of a local road. Yet what we've been talking about around this council is something much more major than that, connecting the far north of Rotatuna, HT1, R2, etc., with Ruakura/University. The Metro Spatial Plan has got it as a mass transit corridor. That's not a mass transit corridor, what's constructed at the moment. So how do, I mean, I don't want to cry over spilt milk, but we may well have to redo that. Isn't it better to look at that design issue sooner rather than later as they're building more?
Yep, look, we can certainly do that for any future things. Like clearly they've built some already and consented some time ago. Yep, we'll definitely look into that for future consenting things.
No, I'm not just thinking of that. I'm thinking, look, if we have to do retrofitting on pieces of that, or we think we're going to have to in future, isn't it better to do it before it's totally full of houses? Because that bit out there is not so full of houses.
Okay. Yeah.
Or is it back in towards?
I think the question is understood.
Yep. Yeah. No, we can. Yep. I'll definitely bring something back on that and what the opportunities are.
So then the question arising out of that: when can we do the plan for the use of the corridor? I mean, the Metro Spatial Plan is about to be finished and approved in principle by the government next week, so we need to have at least the concept plan quite quickly, don't we?
Councillors, could we talk about that in the public excluded, because it's partly to do with funding, and there's a trigger in the next report to that would lead in nicely to that question?
Yeah, no, take that advice.
So the last question, which actually was raised with me by another councillor at lunchtime today, the Ruakura Road upgrade you're talking about there, I sort of expanded my diagram and then reduced it and expanded it again, but I still couldn't see any public transport on there, on that cross section. So I was wondering, because while that won't be a mass transit corridor, it is a major route from the CBD out to the north end of the university / Ruakura. And we were just talking at the Connections Committee the other day about some bus links going down there. And it's good sort of active transport links.
Question.
But where's the bus priority measures within that width?
So we've had some communications with Regional Council to determine what aspirations they would like for public transport along that corridor. And tried to try to understand exactly how we could implement them in this space. It is a constrained corridor when it comes to the widths associated with the Transpower services and other elements that are along that length. We haven't purposely gone in and put in dedicated PT services at intersections. The communications that we've had with the Regional Council team is to continue probably with the trial that's taking place at the moment with how buses can activate the green phase at some of those key intersections and let that phase of traffic flow more actively with them at this stage.
I appreciate what you're talking about, but they're at intersections we have got wider carriageways, at least a couple of them in there, so isn't that I'm talking about not necessarily building now, but reserving space for the future?
I think in the future there's opportunities. We haven't discounted all of those. I do think that in time, hopefully, with the Spine Road or Future Road Network, if you want to call it, take strips off this corridor and we can start looking at how we might implement a different type of network in that location, because it could be a more highly public transport corridor than it is today.
Yeah, okay, look, the Metro Spatial Plan and even the current regional PT plan has Hamilton as an oval with crosses going there. So this is a different direction.
So we're
from
just
the Spine Road.
in questions at the moment. So you can debate, you can raise.
No, I'm not debating. I'm asking questions. Where's the manifestation of that crosshatch diagram that's in the? I'm not trying to pick on you, Tony, but I suspect that the regional council is not pushing things anywhere near as clearly as they talked about with us the other day, just on Friday.
Okay. I wasn't party to that conversation, so I can't comment.
Can we revisit that?
So
a
Blair, are
little
you
bit?
listening to this bit? Okay, so Dave's articulate that again, please, very quickly.
The regional passenger transport plan has as a concept for Hamilton an oval with a grid within it, north-south routes like the former Spine Road, and east-west routes going across. This potentially is one of the east-west routes.
It's potentially one of those. In the last conversation we had with Regional Council, they hadn't determined whether it was this corridor or one of the more southern networks to do that east-west.
But your comment was, can we be more consistent with the metro spatial plan?
Plus, the Connections Committee the other day was discussing both the southern one that Tony's talking about and another one up to the north.
So I haven't been party to that conversation. Do you understand the conversation there, Blair?
Yeah, it's probably more an issue for us than Blair to work with Regional Council on that.
Okay.
So, Councillor, can I just take that as a prompt in our detailed design to just have some further engagement with you as we, approve the macro scope, like what Tony's trying to say. We've got to allocate the space in a very narrow corridor, but we're now into the detailed design, so we can have some further conversations with you as we're designing that up.
And your question, wasn't it that it should become consistent with what's set out in the metro spatial plan for the flow of traffic? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's this bit, the Ruakura Road. No, that's the north-south bit, which is mass transit. The east-west one is another layer down beneath that, which is happening in the regional passenger transport plan sort of area.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you. We do have a question from Kesh.
Thank you. So the Ruakura Road link, it looks like it's one of the main links, a main road that would link central Hamilton to the new expressway. So what, I can't see it, and so I'm hoping you can explain, what provisions have been made on this new design to cater for the increased capacity of freight vehicles and vehicles coming off the expressway?
Yep, so that's where all the roads work together, Councillor. So if you go back to page 135, whether today you think it's wrong or right, what was designed through the Board of Inquiry and in our district plan is an interim connection from the expressway, which is along the red line there, which is the Ruakura Road West realignment, using the blue one, which we've just been talking about, to connect to our ring road. But then in the fullness of time, the major arterial is the dotted line that goes up to the north and connecting to the 5th Avenue, our cross-city connector. So that was the intent. Then it was a minor arterial that went north of 5th Avenue up to Pardara Avenue as a minor arterial. Things have changed since that was developed, and one of those changes has been the mass transit plan and thinking on public transport, and that's the work that we're going is ahead of us now to just review those decisions, maybe reset those decisions in terms of the form and function of that road. But clearly the two outlets are on the blue road to the ring road and on the north-south sort of arterial transport corridor up to maybe split between 5th Avenue but up to Pardara Avenue as well.
So currently there's no provision?
No, those are the two provisions, the blue road and the other one.
Future provision.
Well, the future was designed to be the red dotted line.
So until the red dotted line becomes a solid dotted line, we're gonna be just have to deal with the congestion that comes off the expressway?
Yep, so the traffic will go on the blue line there.
Yeah.
Our level of service will deteriorate over time, and at which point in time we would need the red dotted line.
Got you. All right.
Councillor Thompson?
Oh, thank you. Chris, I was just wanting to check, so we talked about, I understand you've kind of done a design out past where we're looking at right now, the section of Ruakura Road, to look at what it would look like connecting to Peach Grove, where the school link would be. When would we be able to, I guess, when would something like that come back to us, or would that be part of the Eastern Pathways project?
Yep, so if you look on page 139, councillors, so I think the question is to the west or on Te Araha Street there. So there's a section from Peach Grove Road through to Waieri Drive. So it's not in the current scope of the urban upgrade, but we are talking with our transport unit and looking at that section of the road as well. So it's not in the scope of the Ruakura Road urban upgrade, but because it needs to be a route treatment, we're looking at that option now with our transport unit. So at some, I'd have to find out at some point we'd have to come back through probably the operations committee to update. It would be either part of the Eastern Pathways or part of our low cost, low risk program.
Just a question on the low cost, low risk. Did that, because part of it was allocated to remediation of the Te Awa cycleway, is that right? Originally?
Yes, that's come out of the low cost, low risk program, that one, yes. Yep.
Did that money still come out since we got the 1.5 million or something?
Yeah, the 1.5 was extra to the remediation. So the remediation from memory was something like under $1 million, might have been 900, with half of that being the subsidised, half been ours, and then on top of that was the 1.5 million from the provincial growth unit.
Thanks.
Further questions? Just get back to the recommendation, sorry. Sorry, just moving back through the screen to get the recommendation up. Here we go. So it's a receive the report, but it also approves the macro scope and approves the Ruakura Urban Upgrade Project for submission to NZTA, Waka Kotahi, for financial assistance, and approves the macro scope of the Ruakura Spine Road, or soon to be called something else, which I've forgotten already. East something. Yeah. East, yeah, cool. That does make more sense. I'll get used to that. We've called it the Spine Road for so long, it's going to take a bit of unlearning. And the Waikato Expressway Ruakura interchange. So we'll have a mover for that. Anybody want to move that? Councillor Bunting, second Councillor Thompson. Just late in the day, so you get your name changed as well for free. We'll go to the debate. As the mover, you can debate first.
Really? Yeah, look, I'm happy. I love this stuff. And I'm excited to see great progress and happy to support it. There are my two major concerns are the unintended consequences that are going to come out of the timing of this. I am very, very worried that our arterial off the expressway isn't going to be ready, and I particularly worry for Pardoa and the Crosby Road roundabout and further into Chartwell, as we've only got two major arteries off that off the expressway, and boy oh boy, that congestion is going to be something cracker. So anything we can do to keep that third vein off the artery, I'll be really, really keen. I'm also really worried, and we're so frustratingly close. I look at this amazing, beautiful cycle infrastructure that's going to be there for multimodal transport and micromobility, and I see it coming beautifully all the way around, and it goes right up to the northern parts, etc. But the trouble is, when you try to get through to town, we've got this dearth of horrible roads with no cycleways or anything in there, and we're going to have a great cycle infrastructure out there, and we're so tantalisingly close to getting across to the Claudens Bridge and beyond. And gee, with just very little work, we can actually bike safely from Gallagher's over in the west to the Gallagher Performing Arts Centre and beyond over there. You call it the Gallagher Trail, if you're keen on sponsors. But we're so very, very close, and I'm just really worried that we're going to build up this great cycle infrastructure out there, build up the appetite for biking, and then gadumpha. On our part in the middle, we've got no way of getting from east to west. So those are my two concerns that I'm sort of trying to see into the future that could come as a result of that. So I strongly urge us to get off our chuffs with the Eastern Pathways and get them connected into town. But otherwise, yeah, good luck and go hard.
I wanted to acknowledge the fact that we had someone die on this road just recently. And so, so I think that, this is long overdue. And when I was reading the Vision Zero report in our last infrastructure operations committee meeting, I did a kind of calculation, and it was about 20 times more likely as a person riding a bike to have to be killed or have a serious injury on our roads. So, we aren't giving people real options in terms of actually travelling safely and having the confidence that they can actually arrive home alive, or their family members can. So this, I want to thank staff for, going back and making sure that we really did have a really close look at ensuring that we're providing for walking and cycling in a safe and enjoyable way along this transport corridor. I think that, we've got an amazing opportunity as a council in this long-term plan to ensure that we are connecting these routes so that people do have that choice in the future to walk and bike safely. So I think it's a great first step, but it needs to be connected, and we need a bigger system, or, a network within our city so that people do have that choice. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for acknowledging that, because Tim Hope was a massive advocate, as Chris and I both know. Well, we all know he's been a voice in the cycling debate for at least a decade, if not longer. And so to acknowledge him, I think, is a good thing, and to remember why we're doing this. So thank you for that. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. Actually, I'm glad Sarah raised that point, because we'd go back 10 years before that, and there was a pedestrian killed at an almost identical point. A Boys High student dropped off by his parents to go to school as they went into Ruakura, turned in there and walked across the road and was killed by a car that was hit them. When I was a young kid in the 1960s, we came across an accident that also at the same point where a car went off the road into the ditch and the driver was killed there. So and that same ditch is still there, and it's still, so that's how long at least that road's been unsafe for all sorts of users. And I'm sure there's others in between that have been seriously hurt. I do have a problem when these reports come to council, though, that we're not looking at the great big picture, and I appreciate staff had expanded pictures of this area, but I'm not sure that we're on top of the plans for the far eastern edge of the city, inside the expressway, or in the case of industrial areas outside the expressway. There's a whole lot of interlinking things here, and I want to I think it's good that Chris mentioned the need to redo the master plan. I'm not sure that that's politically correct now, calling it a master plan, but I can't think of the alternate. It's sort of a structure plan, a mini structure plan for a smaller area or something. We need that redone for Ruakura. The Board of Inquiry didn't have the same policies then in front of them as we have now. We need planning for R2, we need planning for the links between Rosatuna R2 and the Ruakura Industrial and Precinct and the university, and we need to see how that all fits together, and I think that's an urgent piece of work, because otherwise we have a whole lot of projects like this coming up to us essentially as one-offs, and we heard the timing issue that Mark identified, Chris agreed, potentially between, we'll be pouring traffic into areas that are not designed, won't eventually have to cope with it, but will have to for some months or years, and that sort of thing is not good city planning, really. So I think the links between the expressway and the CBD that Kesh and others have raised are important. You know, how does that work? Because actually you've got wide roads until you get into Peachgrove Road, and then you've got roads that will not handle the cars on them, let alone more vulnerable road users, but people will still be tempted to use that. So it's going to be unsafe, it's going to be congested, and it's not going to be the long-term solution. So we have to get on with some serious planning in that whole eastern area so that these things work. So that Tainui should be funding some of this work because it's to do with their development. But in order to do that, they're going to need to get their residential development underway at the end of Fifth Avenue there. You know, so that's sort of hovering in the air somewhere, and their industrial development across on the eastern side of the expressway. All of those things, we need to see how they're all going to work together, get a timing and infrastructure investment plan in place so that we can handle that. Because at the moment, I suspect if we leave it up to the one-off situation, there's going to be a hell of a mess there for 20 years.
Thank you. Councillor Naidu-Rauf.
I remember when there was a funding request brought to us earlier, I think it was this year, that we had to approve to ensure that the timing of this project, that it was completed in time to match the completion of the expressway. So it is a little bit concerning that that is still not going to happen. The other thing, which is, I don't know what the word is, surprising maybe, is that, you know, we have all these large plans in place because we're thinking about the future and planning ahead, but then we're quite backward in our thinking and planning in that we have to wait for congestion to worsen, which ultimately affects our productivity before we actually look at fixing it. So the two things that I'd like to, for us to address sooner rather than later is the direct link between the expressway and the city and how that actually works, because I haven't seen that yet in terms of a connection that's not going to impact our current congestion problems. And the second thing would be the Spine Road or the Eastern Corridor, I think you just called it, having that brought to us again sooner rather than later, so that we're not having to deal with years of congestion on the current roads before we start to plan and business case and build, which will be years away again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the vote. Oh, sorry. Oh, yes, of course you can.
Yeah, absolutely agree with what everyone said. And Chris, we're always going to load you up with a big shopping list. What else he pays it for? Yeah, exactly. But thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Go to the vote, please.
Councillor Margaret, are you there?
We just need you to vote on this one, please, Margaret. Did you vote? Margaret, did you vote? Perfect, thank you.
The motion is carried unanimously.
We're going to take a 4-minute break while we go into public excluded, just to comfort stop, bring a cup of tea, whatever you want back, and then we'll be in the public excluded items. Pardon? Oh, we'll move into public excluded. Yep. Moved Councillor Bunting, seconded Deputy Mayor Taylor. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. We'll just get a quick stretch and straight back into the public excluded.